everyone. Welcome back to Cloud Technical Series AI in Action. This is day 2, our dedicated Labs Day. I'm Tiffany Adriana.
And I'm Kathleen Chu, and we're your hosts for today's program. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's wonderful to see this community back online after such a high gear day 1. I hope everyone had a chance to rest up because today is where the action really happens. Let us know where you're joining in from in the chat box at the right side of your screen. So Tiff, what's the highlight of today's program?
Ooh, there are so many to choose from, Kath. But my personal favorite, especially about yesterday, would be the generative media track. It's amazing what you can do with Nano Banana, VO 3.1, and Lyria. And I'm so ready to get rolling into the hands-on learning with you all today. So yesterday, we laid out the latest AI tech, success stories, and the exciting features of the agentic era. And today, we are in builder mode. We're moving away from slides and demos and into the practical application, focusing on the advanced tools and other components needed to make AI agents a reality in your organization.
Yeah, we have a full program of 4 very cool instructor-led labs today. These aren't just random exercises. They're direct, practical applications of the tracks we explored yesterday.
Yes, that's right. And we'll be building agents, mastering generative media workflows, configuring enterprise governance, and deploying production-ready agents using ADK.
It's going to be a massive day. But before we open the doors for the classrooms, we want to give you a few reminders to make sure your workspace is ready. So getting set up is easy. If you're registered before the start of the show, you'll need to make sure you've set up an account on explore.quicklabs.com. And here's the key tip. You must use the exact same email address you used to register for this Cloud Technical Series event. If you used a different one, you won't be able to access the classroom portal.
Ooh, we wouldn't want that to happen, won't we, Kath?
No.
Now, but if you're registered after the start of the event this morning, don't worry. You'll still be able to sign up for the labs. We'll bring up a short link and special dynamic passcode before the labs to get started, so stand by for that.
Also, for the best experience, we highly recommend a dual monitor setup. One screen for the live stream and instructions, and one screen for your lab environment. It'll make things to be so much easier to follow along. And don't forget, all 4 labs are available for 2 full weeks, up until the 3rd of April. So if the pace feels a little bit fast today, don't panic. You can watch the experts today and complete the labs at your own pace later. Completing all 4 labs is how you'll earn your special Credly badge.
Before we open the classroom, we're delighted to bring you a special session with our partners at Accenture. We'll hear from Anir Basu all about the broader landscape of the AI era. As we discussed yesterday, building a single AI agent is an impressive start, but integrating those agents across a global enterprise is where the true transformation and the real challenge actually happens. Anir will be sharing the biggest agentic trends and some inspiring stories from organizations that have successfully scaled AI into a real competitive advantage.
Right, it's a great example of what's possible as we start to get hands-on. Speaking of which, switching over to the classroom environment, we'll have 2 labs before our break. First, we'll have a lab. We'll get started with Agent Development Kit. And for our lab 2, it's all about generating and editing images with Nano Banana. If you couldn't join us yesterday, the good news is you still have the opportunity to earn your collectible participation badge if you stay with us for 5 or more sessions today.
Well, that's a pretty cool looking badge, Kath. So before we get started, maybe we should give everyone a quick refresher on how to navigate the platform today.
Yeah, let's do that. Your home tab is still your mission control. This is where you'll find the link to join each of today's 4 labs. You can ask our experts any questions along the way as well. Use the Ask Your Question Here button below the video screen.
And feel free to jump into the conversation at any time too. You can answer questions from others and share your own experiences. This community has so much knowledge to share with each other. You can follow along in your native language. Just select from the 8 subtitle options available from the menu at the top of your page. If you prefer, you can also toggle on English captions.
And as always, the Resources tab is your best friend. This is where you'll find the Participants Guide for some extra help accessing the labs, along with any technical documentation you might need. You'll also find our learning pathways there, which we'll talk through after the labs wrap up, including the chance to earn free Google Cloud credits. So stay tuned for more details.
And if you're on social media, you can share some of your learning today using the hashtag Google Cloud Tech Series. It's a great way to share your new badges too. So Kath, are you ready for day 2?
Let's bring it on. Let's do it. We'll turn it over to Accenture and our first 2 labs with Alvin and Joni. You'll be in excellent hands, and Tiffany and I will see you again at the midway break.
Good luck with your first builds, everyone. See you soon.
Welcome everyone. My name is Keith Rosero and I'm a partner engineer with Google Cloud. Today I'm honored to be joined by Anir Basu, Market Development Director and Go-to-Market Lead for Southeast Asia with Accenture. We're excited to discuss the trends and success stories that Accenture is seeing in the Asia-Pacific region and the opportunities that exist for our technical audience watching today. So welcome Anir and thank you for joining. We're in the Cloud Technical Series. We are broadcasting right across Asia-Pacific. So to kick things off, perhaps you can introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your role in Accenture.
Thank you, Keith. Great to be here, and hello, everyone. I'm Anir Basu. I lead the Accenture Google Business Group across Southeast Asia. My role is to help clients turn AI from boardroom ambition into enterprise execution at scale, whether through data modernization, digital core transformation, or increasingly agentic AI. And I believe we are at a very important turning point. For years, enterprises have been asking how AI can assist work. Now the question is much bigger. How can AI act, decide, and collaborate with humans to reinvent work itself? This is what makes today's conversation, Keith, so timely. And yes, I'm thrilled to be here with you today to explore what this shift means for leaders, for industries, and what it means for the next chapter of enterprise reinvention.
Oh, great. So before the show, we were talking about agentic AI and what it really means. So from your perspective, what is really changing now in the market, and why is this moment different?
Keith, what is changing is very simple. The first wave of Gen AI or AI was about intelligence at the edge. The next wave is about intelligence embedded into core of how enterprises run. Let me explain. In the first wave, we have seen enterprises were using AI primarily to generate, be it text, code, summaries, content, etc. Now we are moving into the next phase. We are talking about AI just not generating. It can reason, it can design, it can orchestrate, and it can act. And that is what makes this moment profoundly different. Agentic AI is about the systems that can understand intent, break the work into smaller steps, interact with tools and enterprise systems, and move at tasks with human oversight. Now, if you look at today's AI, it's not about chatbots sitting on top of an enterprise. It is about AI becoming part of the operating model. And this is, from Accenture perspective, exactly where the real value begins. So the short answer is, while Gen AI had helped enterprises to get the answers, and now agentic AI would help enterprises to get the work done.
Yeah, getting the work done. I love it. So in your experience, what are clients actually asking for? What are the CXOs in the region that you talk to on a daily basis? What are they asking Accenture's help on?
Very good question, Pete. I think clients are becoming much more practical, much more outcome-led, and frankly, much more ambitious. They're not coming and saying, please give me 500 agents. Rather, they are saying, how do I improve customer service? How do I reduce manual effort? How do I automate document-heavy operations? How do I make better decisions faster? How do I personalize engagement at scale? This is the real conversation now. So what we are seeing is that demand clustering around 5 high-value areas. First, employee productivity. How do I make employee more productive, more effective with enterprise-grounded intelligence? Second, process automation, especially where work is repetitive, multi-step, and rules-driven. Things like service operations, your claims, your underwriting, your case management, internal operations. Third, customer-facing experiences, where enterprises want more intelligent, context-aware, always-on engagement. And fourth, and very critical, are industry-specific agents, especially in the regulated sectors or operationally intensive sectors, where trust, your policy, your sovereignty, your security, and latency really matter. And I think the winners will not be the companies that deploy the highest number of agents. I think they'll be the companies that pick the right workflows, connect those workflows to the trusted data, and embed governance from day one. So essentially, the clients are moving from asking, what can AI do, to how do I make AI deliver more measurable business value?
Well, it's great to hear we're not just talking about how many agents, but really identifying high-value areas for the business. Can you share from your experience what Accenture and Google are doing together that makes this real for clients?
Absolutely. I think what makes the Accenture and Google combination powerful is that we're addressing the both sides of the equation. It's not about innovation, but execution. It is not about the models anymore, but enterprise transformation through invention. And again, it is not just capability, but commercial outcomes. I think that matters most because most clients do not struggle with inspiration. They struggle with scaling. They struggle with fragmented data, your legacy architecture, security concerns, unclear ownership, disconnected workflows, and difficulty moving from pilot to production. Now, that is where the partnership becomes very relevant. Google brings one of the most differentiated AI stacks in the market, from Gemini, from Vertex AI to cloud-native infrastructure to a very powerful data foundation. And Accenture brings that ability to take that capability into the enterprise and to redesign functions, reshape workflows, integrate into the digital core, govern responsibility, and drive adoption across business and technology. So together, we are not just helping clients to build an agents. We are helping them redesign how the work gets done. And Keith, let me share some stats here. I was reading a report, and according to Google's Cloud 2025 State of AI Infrastructure Research, more than 95% of the organizations are actively exploring AI, but roughly only 40% say they are already deploying it in production. So the gap is exactly where enterprise execution matters the most. And Accenture's own 2025 research on platform strategy in the age of agentic AI shows that 2/3 of the organizations are relying primarily on platform-native AI capabilities, while about 1/3 are building platform-agnostic agents across multiple agents. That tells us the future is not theoretical. It is about enterprises are already making architectural choices, that how agent systems will run. So the story here is not technology for technology's sake. The story is this. Enterprise now want two things at the same time. First, innovation. Second is confidence. They want innovation? Yes. They also want to know, can this scale? Can this be governed? Can this integrate with what I already have? Can this work securely in my environment? And can I trust it with meaningful business processes? This is where the joint value of Accenture and Google becomes strategically powerful, because together we help clients move from AI curiosity to AI execution. And that is the shift that matters, Keith.
Well, it's great that we're talking about execution. Now, before we finally wrap up, Anir, what can the technical audience watching here today, what can they do in the next 6 to 12 months to make agentic AI real and responsible?
I would focus on 4 things, right? First, fix the foundation. If your data is fragmented, poorly governed, or inaccessible, your agentic strategy will stall very quickly. Agentic AI is only as strong as the enterprise context it can safely access. Second, start with bounded high-value workflows. Do not begin with the grand theory. Begin where the value is visible, measurable, and repeatable. Third, design for orchestration. The future is not one giant monolithic agent. The future is a coordinated system of specialized agents, your tools, your models, your workflows, and people working together. Fourth, build in trust from day one. Your security, your governance, your auditability, your policy, and most importantly, human-in-the-loop controls. These are not the optional features. These are the core design principles. Because the truth, in the enterprise, nobody gets rewarded for the most exciting demo. They get rewarded for what works securely, responsibly, and at scale. And that is why I believe agentic AI has moved from innovation agenda to board agenda, and increasingly to operating model agenda. So my message to our live audience here would be very direct. Do not treat agentic AI as another experiment. Treat it as the next redesign of the enterprise itself. That is the real opportunity.
Oh, we could talk about agentic AI for hours, but unfortunately we're out of time. And so thank you so much for sharing your valuable insights and real experience on air. Thank you for the audience for joining us, and I hope you found the session informative.
Thank you, Keith, and thank you everyone for being with us today. The pleasure was absolutely mine.
Today, we largely rely on apps or browser interface to be able to serve our clients. Tomorrow, a lot of this will change to become agent-assisted rather than a direct UI/UX interface. I'm Forrest Chai from Hong Kong. I'm the Chief Information Officer for Hang Seng Bank. We're the largest local bank in Hong Kong, serving about 4 million retail customers and about 100,000 wholesale customers. So historically, we've been accumulating a lot of knowledge around our products, our regulations. So now we actually started to reorganize these data via Vertex AIs and allow our contact center staff members to be able to extract those data more efficiently through the search of Vertex AI. We partnered with Google to put one of our crown jewel services, Hang Seng Index, onto the cloud. It's the major index that the Hong Kong stocks are based on. Now we have the ability to almost come up with new index compositions on the fly. So this created a huge business opportunity of tailored index, or in the future, even customized index for a particular segment of clients. That's something that we couldn't achieve previously. One of the key impact that I'm seeing in the banking industry is the concept of having an agent rather than an app. That's going to fundamentally change how we engage with our clients. Today, a lot of our industry relies on user experience on mobile and browser to be able to interact with our clients. Going forward, I think agent banking or having an agent-assisted banking will be our key areas that we're going to be exploring. We chose Google Cloud because of their approach to partnership. The most exciting element and the differentiator, I believe, with Google is the way that we can innovate together and create new solutions to serve our customers. Hang Seng Bank is building a new way to serve our customer without friction and sustainably.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Cloud Technical Series, AI in Action, Hands-on Lab session. So I'm Alvin. I'm a Developer Relations Engineer from Google Cloud, which will accompany you today for today's session. Okay? All right. So for today's lab, we will start with the fundamentals of AI agent by exploring the open source framework by Google. To build your own agent, which is called the Agent Development Kit, or ADK in short. So if you've registered after the start of the event today and want to follow along with this lab in real time, we'll need to get you added to the lab's classroom. So as a reminder, please sign up at the link or scan the QR code showing on the screen now. You'll then need to enter the dynamic OTP code after you've entered your email address. We'll leave the link and code on the screen for a couple of minutes before we get started. So if you're already registered before we start the program today, you don't need to do the first two steps. Just ensure you've all set up your account on explore.quicklabs.com. Okay? Then. All right. So before we get started, let's take a look at some of the theories before going right into the lab. In today's tech ecosystem, the AI agent is already everywhere. Some of you might already try it in your web browser, maybe, in your mobile phone, maybe to help you research and learn things. And some of you might already try the coding agent that is embedded in IDE as a software developer. In today's session, we will try to learn and understand how they work fundamentally, understand all of its components and what it looks like to create or develop your own custom agent. Okay, so it's all started with the appearance of advanced deep learning model, which today we generally call it as a large language model, or LLM in short. And this model is trained on a very fast knowledge from the web and can help you answer many kinds of questions. However, in its bare form, its knowledge has limits on when they are trained. Usually, what we call this is as a knowledge cutoff. So the LLM might not know any new information that is appear after the cutoff time. Hence, without any integration with external data or factual information, they have high risk in producing wrong answers, a phenomenon that we call hallucination, right? So we will need to think how we should tackle this. And to tackle this hallucination challenge, many researchers, many engineers are trying several ways to find how to incorporate external knowledge to LLM in order to fight this hallucination phenomena. And this resulted in an evolutionary way from software engineering perspective, where we see each of improvement from adding a data retrieval mechanism to LLM, which help it answer correctly, but also able to take action with outside environment, which usually we call this the tool or function calling mechanism. And now at this point, we already have a system which is not only being able to answer you with the correct and factual data, but also interact with the surrounding ecosystem. And it's not stopped at only that point. We finally now have the AI agent term, which equipped with many tools, many prompts template, and able to reason and even delegate tasks to other agents. This is an architecture which known later on as multi-agent system. Okay, so if we are trying to take it a little deeper, so these all are the core components of most AI agents frameworks. So first, of course, we are talking about the models, the brain, which is the large language model or generative AI model, drive the thinking process, drive the reasoning process to get answer and make decisions. And then the next, we also having the tools. The tools might be able in the form of the APIs, it might be in the form of other functions, it might be accessing a database that is used to interact with the external data or performing any actions. And the last one, we are talking about the orchestration frameworks, which provide the core infrastructure for agent, tying this all up together so that it can work, like providing the memory to remember conversations, storage to store images, prompt structure, and so on. So these three are the fundamentals components of an AI agent. And now, if we are talking about the software engineering perspective, tying all of this together is very, very difficult and very complex. You need to handle the execution environment of the tools, you need to handle the response from the models API, and this is one of the solutions to reduce the boilerplate. The Agent Development Kit, or ADK, come to reduce the engineering boilerplate needed for you to build your own agent. So it provides different types of agents, tools to integrate, how to manage your memory, how to deploy it, and so many more. And ADK is optimized for Gemini models and Google Cloud deployment. However, it remains model and deployment agnostic. Means that you also have capabilities to use the other model or create custom Docker file to deploy it. And in ADK, you will see later on in our hands-on lab as well, you will have several types of agents to control your workflow. Of course, in a perfect scenario, you don't want all of the decision may be handled by the LLM itself. You might want some deterministic, and this is what provided in ADK. So first, we have the LLM-based agent, which is used when you want the LLM to decide the workflow based on tools or sub-agent configuration. And then the next one, you have the workflows agent. We can use this if you want deterministic workflow, such as sequential process, parallel process, or maybe some kind of looping. And if both of those options is not working for you, feel free to develop your own custom agent. Okay? All right. So that is for the theory. Now, let's do the hands-on lab. Before we are started, just a final reminder that if you haven't already, you must quickly create an account on explore.quicklabs.com. And this is different from your normal QuickLabs account and enables special access to our classroom today without credits. If you are not seeing the purple box titled Cloud Technical Series March 26 Hands-on Lab when you log in into explore.quicklabs.com, you might have logged in using a different email address from the one you used to register for the event. So please ensure you've used the same address. And if you get stuck, feel free to reach out to our 24/7 help center via the icon at the top of the explore.quicklabs.com page. Okay, so if you have already opened the labs, you'll see the 4 labs that we are covering in Cloud Technical Series today. To follow along with the lab, we are going to take you through now. Please click on the Get Started with Agent Development Kit. And then we will do all of this lab on a Google Cloud Platform project. So you need to click the Start button in order for them to provision the project for you. Please read the instruction carefully before clicking on the Start lab, as this will start the timer. After that, you will receive the credentials. Then click the Open Google Cloud Console button in there. And it's advised for you to open the project in incognito window, so you can right-click on the button and accept all acknowledgement prompt that will pop up. This will allow you to avoid some misconfiguration during opening the project that is provided by the Quick Labs. And finally, before you try to end the lab, ensure that you already finished all steps provided. Find the Check My Progress button, click it to verify your progress, and ensure you already finished all of the requirements. Okay? So, without further ado, let's go straight to the demo. Okay. Okay, so this is what the labs demo looks like. So we will start with the Get Started with Agent Development Kit. As you see in here in my laptop, the project credentials is already provided. The timer is already started. So let's start from the overview. So we know that from previous presentation, right? The ADK tried to solve all of this challenge building your custom agent by providing you a modular framework to build, test, and deploy your multi-agent systems. And in this lab, we will try to utilize the Gemini 2.5 Flash to act as the agent brain and then analyze the data and generate structured reports. And let's see at the objectives. So in this lab, we will try to describe the ADK architecture, the agent, the tools, and the sessions, and try to configure a local development environment for agentic apps. We can define an agents with dynamic models, custom tool access, a built-in tools access, and then we try to execute and inspect the agents using the ADK browser UI, and even the Python code and CLI chat interface. And if you are wondering why we should use the ADK, so this is some of the benefits. It gives you some mechanism to easily create the multi-agent system. It has a rich tool integration, and then it has flexible orchestration, also have some built-in evaluation, built-in debugging tools, and many more. So let's see what we need to do before that. Okay, so if you haven't tried to set up and try to configure your cloud projects, try to open the Google Cloud Console in your incognito window. And then this is how to open it. If you somehow encounter the option to enter your account, ensure that you are entering the correct credentials by using this student username and then the provided password. And then please just click Next. Okay? Accept all of the terms and conditions, and please do not add recovery options, and do not sign up for free trials. And you'll see this kind of interface later on. So I might give you kind of sneak peek what it looks like. So this is the environment when you open the Google Cloud Project Console from your incognito window. It will look like this after you are prompted to provide some kind of accept the terms and condition and so on. Okay, you will be entering directly into the Google Cloud Console dashboard. All right, so let's get ready for the first task. In the first task, we will try to install the ADK and set up your environment. First of all, we will try to utilize the Gemini in the Vertex AI. So we need to ensure that the Vertex AI is enabled in here. In this lab environment, the Vertex AI API has been enabled for you. So let's just check it out. Okay, we can try to check it out by searching into the Vertex API and going here to open it. And as for me, for my project, the API has been enabled. Then okay, we can go back. And next one, we can prepare a Cloud Shell editor tab in here. So in each of Google Cloud Console that you have access to, you already provide with a free virtual machine to interact with all of the Google Cloud products. We name it a Cloud Shell. So in here, we can try to activate the Cloud Shell, and then you will be prompted to iterize your action, and then we will open the editor. So the Cloud Shell have the editor interaction, which kind of similar like with the Visual Studio Code if you have experienced it beforehand. And then we can try to click the open folder and ensure that you are in the correct working directory. So let's try to open the Google Cloud Console from this button first to simulate you how it looks like when you are doing it. Okay? So first you will be prompted to sign in like this, and then click the I understand. Okay, and then the interface will be like this. Just go through in here, and then click I agree and continue. Okay, and then click this top right button to activate the Cloud Shell. Okay, click continue in here. And then after that, click on authorize. Select the open editor, and then you can just directly click at the open in a new tab window. Okay, so it will be look like this. For this demo, I will utilize my own cloud project. So it's have the same interface with what you see, only me need to do some kind of configuration, but for you who follow this lab, just copy and paste the command directly from the quick labs, okay? Okay, for this, I can close this one, and then I will try to continue the content from here. All right, authorize, and then open in new tab window. Okay. All right, so the interface will look like this. And maybe some of you will not see all of the many files here. It's because I toggle the hidden files. And so this is what the clean slate of the workspace configuration. And then we will see that the next step that we do is to download and install the ADK and code samples for this lab. Okay, so in here, we already provided all the necessary files for you to be downloaded from the Google Cloud Storage. And then we can just install the requirements from the provided requirements.txt that is embedded already in the lab. Okay, so we can just copy from this one. And then, oh, I think it might be bigger. Then copy paste like this. Okay, you can just try to copy paste the command. As for me, because I'm utilizing my own project, I will need to configure something in here. 32 intro ADK. Okay, so it should behave the same with you, and you will see several directory and files copied into your current workspace. Ensure you are in the directory of your username like this one, and then after that, we will need to install all of the requirements files in here. Okay, so it should look like this one. When you're executing all of this command, you will see all of the requirements is being installed. We are installing the Google ADK from the Python package, and it's all already finished. You will interact again with your current terminal in this way. And for you who might wonder why the terminal is not open in my Google Cloud Editor, you can click View and then choose Terminal in here to hit or show your terminal console in the Cloud Shell Editor. Okay, now before we continuing, let's explore the core concepts of the ADK. So the first entry point is the agent one. The agent objects are the core building blocks designed for complete specific tasks, and you can configure the instruction, you can configure all of the description, equipment and tools, and so on. And then the next one is the tools itself. So the tools will give the agents abilities beyond conversation. You can interact with the tools by accessing them to, connecting them to database, hitting the external API, and many other functions. And after that, you will see some concept that is called the session services. So each of the AI agent will have to maintain the conversation history, the value that they will need to use later on, and all of this, it will be stored on the session services, which will store the session data and the state data. We will see later on how we will utilize the state to store some value from other agents and will be used in the next agent in the workflow. And then after that, we also have the callbacks, which is an entry point or checkpoint to tap in every step of the agent runtime. And we also have the artifact management to handle non-textual data like images, PDF files, and any other things. And the last one, we need a runner object to finally run our agent, enabling it to accept the user message and managing the session and so on. Okay? Now, let's go to the next task. We should review the structure of our ADK project directories. So, in the Cloud Shell editors, we will see the ADK project in here, this one, and we can click it, and you will see several files or directories already enabled in there. So let's click on the Google search, and you will see the init files and the agent.py files in here. So fundamentally, each of ADK agent is wrapped as one Python module. And in here, for example, the My Google Search Agent Python module having its init files, the agent.py, and later on, it will also need the environment variables file that we will configure. Okay? Now, we will check that in the init file, it will have a relative import of the agent object in this one. And when we open the agent.py, we will see some configuration about our agent. We will see that they are importing the google.adk agent class in here, and then it's also import the Google search tools. And when we try to scroll a little bit into the bottom, we will see how we define our agent to use the Google search tool. So you can see in here we define a unique name for the agent, which is called the Google search agent. We also configure the description, which is the short description of the agent's purpose. We configure the model name in here. We are using the Gemini 2.5 Flash, and then we also configure the instruction. In here, the instruction is quite simple. You are an expert researcher, and you stick to the facts. And all the others is the configured callback to log some queries and capture your progress during the lab. Okay? So now for our first hands-on activities, we need to add these tools, parameters, to enable our agent to use the Google search tools. So just copy the tools in here, and then put it in this, under the command to add the Google search tool. Okay? So these tools is a built-in tools enabled in ADK to easily integrate your agent to the Google search. So with these tools, the agent can search the Google for any of inquiry that you have, and then it will give the data back to your agent and make that as a grounding data. And this overall process, connecting with external sources, enable it to retrieve the factual data, is known as the RAG, or Retrieval Augmented Generation. All right. So after we configure all of this thing, let's check it out, how to interact with the AI agent. So in here, if you run an agent, the ADK will need to know who is requesting the model. So if you want to utilize the Gemini API, actually there are several ways on how you can do it. The first one is you can provide a Gemini API key via the AI Studio. And for this lab, we will authenticate our environment with the Google Cloud credentials and use the Vertex AI project and location. And as we previously checked, this is already enabled in our lab environment. So in the Cloud Shell terminal, we need to configure so that our ADK agent utilizes the Gemini from the Vertex AI. So this is the configuration. As you can see in here, we need to put the .env files under our agent directories. So in this case, it's the My Google Search Agent. You can copy this directly. And then, let's clear it up a bit. You can paste directly in the console like this, and then hit enter. But as for me, because I'm using my own custom project, I will need to do some modification in here. Okay, and then click enter. So when you're executing this kind of command, it actually creates the .env files under your agent. But if for some reason you cannot see the files, don't panic. Just click View and toggle the hidden files in here. And you'll finally see the .env files is successfully created under your agent directory. Okay? So let's inspect what all of these variables that we just recently set up. So the first one is the Google Can AI use Vertex AI equal true, means that all of the Gemini API that we invoke will use the Vertex AI credentials on Google Cloud. Okay? And the next one is the Google Cloud Project and Google Cloud Location, which provides you with the cloud project and the location to associate with your model calls. Usually for the Gemini, we can use the global endpoint as it provides better load balancing regardless from the location that you are choosing. But if you prefer to select a dedicated location, you can check in our documentation which region are supporting the Gemini endpoints. Okay, so the last one, the model is not required, but this is some way of a good engineering practices when you want to modify your agent models dynamically without storing it hard-coded in your code. So we put the model name as the environment variable in here. All right, so we already configured our .env files. Now, the next step is try to interact with our agent. So ADK provides you some built-in tools to interact with your agent via the CLI or via the web browser. So in this one, let's run the ADK web command, which will spawn a backend process together with the simple front end to help you interact and debug your agent. Okay, so let's try to execute this command to this one. Ensure that you are inside your ADK project directory, and then run the ADK web command. Okay, let's wait for a while when it's initializing the services. You might see several warning about in-memory credential service, some logging information about using the local storage and so on. And do not worry, it's not an error message. And when it's successfully run on your Cloud Console, you will see the UVcorn running on localhost address at port 8000. So this means that you can already interact with your interface, and you can right-click, control-click on this link, or the other ways is try to find the web preview button, click it, and ensure you enter the correct port. So in this case, it's running on the 8000 port 8000, so I'll need to provide 8000 in here, and click it. So it's actually running in the local ecosystem of our Cloud Shell editor. So that's why it's opening a new address in here related to the local host of our Cloud Shell editor. And then this is, you will see the development interface of the ADK web. So the left one is the drop-down button where you can select all of the existing agents that can be run on your current working directory. And then the right one is actually the chat space area where you can have conversation with your agent. Okay, so let's try my Google search agent in here. And then, all right, let's try to test this prompt. Okay, so in here, we will try to encourage the agent to use the Google search tool by asking the recent global news that is happening. Let's copy it in here and then paste in our development interface. And as you can see, it's showing you an interface, the chat interface interaction. You can see your own input in here, and you can directly see the agent response in the same interface. And when you click in this chat, you actually can see all of the events happening from the very first interaction with the agent in the current session. Okay, so when initiating the conversation with an agent in ADK, you will need to provide two mandatory values. The first one is the user ID, because we are using the ADK web. It defaulted the user ID user. And then we need to also provide the session ID as well. Okay, so In ADK Web, this will be already handled automatically, but later on, if you want to configure it with your own backend, or maybe you want to integrate with your own app, you will need to handle this one. Okay, now we can inspect the result of our agent response. If you click on the chat response from our Google Search agent, you can inspect what is the details of the request sent to the LLM and inspect the detailed response. So, for example, this is the example request that is sent to the agent. We can see the system instruction, we can see our recent input, and then when we inspect the response, we can see the grounding metadata result. So if you are executing the agent with the Google Search tools, you will see some search suggestion, some keywords that can be used to validate the result. And all of this search result providing you with the domain sources, the title, the URI, and so on. And we can see several recommendations from this response, okay? And not only inspecting the detailed request response of the agent and the tools, we also can inspect the event as well. So, for example, this one is we have only one agent which is connected to the Google Search. So when we click the very first interaction, it will not show any graph connection with your agent. But when we go to the next event, we can see that the input is being processed by the Google Search agent, and it will later on invoke the built-in Google Search tools to get some answer. Okay? Okay, so that's how we can interact with our Google Search agent using the ADK Web Development UI. And then if you already tried and successfully executed this in your own environment, don't forget to check my progress in here to validate whether you are successfully executing the task that is presented in the quick labs. This might need several time before you can validate your own progress because it needs to evaluate the logs that be sent into the system and like that. And if you somehow encounter the resource exhausted error, the retries exceeded and things like that, please wait for a while and try to interact again with the agent. This is because currently we are having so many people accessing the Gemini API, and we might encounter some high demand usage from the API, okay? All right, and for you who are afraid that you cannot go along with this because with current lab because you are encountering those errors, please do not worry. You can always revisit this session on demand after this session finished. So you can continue on your own pace. Okay? Now, the next task is how to run the agent programmatically. Previously, we are utilizing the ADK web interface, which is a great interface for you to explore the agent before doing more complex things like setting up your own custom backend, custom endpoint, and so on. But now, in this task, we will try to inspect how we can run the ADK agent programmatically in Python. Okay? So the very first step that we need, we will use the alternate way to set the environment variables for our agent. In this example, we will try to export all of the required variables into our terminal environment. And then let's just click copy in here. Okay, we will need to kill this one first. Okay, and then clear. And then after we copy the command from the quick labs, you can paste in this way, okay? You can directly enter to enable all of this value so that it being activated in your terminal environment. As for me, I will need to update this project to my own project ID, okay? If it's already finished, let's see the next instruction. So for this task, we will interact with a different agent. So we will need to inspect the agent under the ADK project, which is named the app agent. So let's open the agent.py in this directory, and we will inspect the core components that need to be configured to run our agent programmatically. Okay, so let's put this down a little bit, and then ensure you open the app agent in here and click the agent.py, right? So in this agent.py script, you will see that we import several things from the ADK. We import the agent class, we import the in-memory runner, we import the session, we also import the types as well. Okay, so all of this is required for you to interact with the ADK agent object later on. As you can see in here, this is our main function. Previously, we need to configure our app name and the user ID to interact with this application. And we configure our agent like this. So the agent configured in here is named Trivia Agent, and its instruction is to only answer questions. It's kind of a simple one, right? Okay, so in here we define our agent, and then if we try to scroll down a bit, we will see the agent is being put into an app object. So this app object is a high-level wrapper to determine your agent, equip them with some plugins, which is an advanced concept about how you can have your agent have a global callback. Like for example, in here plugins is being provided for you to handle the resource exhausted error so that it can help you finish the lab. And then after we have the application determined in here, we need to provide the app into a runner. So the runner is the one who will orchestrate all of the mechanism inside your agent. In this runner, we typically configure things like the session service or maybe the artifact service. It's both on how we can customize our agent so that its history is saved in database, or maybe if we upload files, it will be stored in the Google Cloud Storage and like that. In here, we are using all of the default options because we only declare our app in here. So the session service will use the local storage session service, and it also behave the similar way for the artifact service as well. So the very first step after we define the runner, we need to ensure that we have a dedicated session to interact with the agent. So in here, we need to create a session by invoking the runner.sessionService create session. And don't forget to also supply the user ID and the app name as well in this invocation. And after that, we can prepare a function to package the user's message as the data type is GenAI types.content. And this types is actually how we can easily construct a multimodal data types, like if we want to combine text, files, images inside this types.content. Okay, so for example, in this lab, we only configured the user input in the text format. So that's why we only provide the types content. And when we specify the parts in here, we put it as the types.part from text and new message from the user. And this all will be run in the asynchronous method. As you can see, we define the run prompt methodology inside the asynchronous def function. And then we can iterate the user input by running the methodology run.async. So this runner.run or runner.runAsync is the entry point when we can capture all of the events happening when we give the user input to the agent. Okay, so how to capture the output? We can just capture all of the iterable event in this line. So if event.content parts, and we also inspect whether the content.parts containing any data, and next we can print the event author and event content parts as log in our CLI output. Okay, and finally, we will see that this script has already provided a hard-coded question for this one. So it's asking what is the capital of France, and then it run the run prompt method in here by providing the session and the user query to get the user to get the agent response. Okay. Now we should be able to run this directly as the next task. So how to run it? We need to run this command, the Python 3 app agent.py, and let's run it on our terminal command like this. Okay. All right. So this is how you can interact with your agent using the programmatically, using the Python program. Okay. As you can see in here, from the log source, the user says the parts, text, and what is the capital of France. And in this case, the agent is answering using the natural language, which is the answer is the capital of France is Paris. Okay. Now, in the next step, when you are trying to interact with your agent, we can also ask our agent to produce output in a structured way. So in this example, we will try to define an output schema for our agent, and so that our agent is always producing output that is in the form of JSON object. So in Python, we can utilize the Pydantic framework for this. So the Pydantic framework will provide us with the base model and field, easy type hinting integration, easily provided some description for the field itself, and then we can configure it like this one. So first we need to import the Pydantic. From Pydantic, import base model and field, and then we need to define the class object which act as a structure guidance for our model to produce output in the same format. Okay, we will need to copy this one. And then ideally this kind of import and class initialization is being put on the very first part of our code. So let's put it under this import logging situation. Okay? And please be advised that this indentation is not quite correct if you copy it directly from the Quick Labs. So ensure you provide additional indentation like this so that the Python module that you are executing later on will not encounter any indentation error. Okay. After that, don't forget to save your Python script. And after we define the Pydantic model, now we need to provide those Pydantic model into our agent. So to provide this kind of structured information using the Pydantic model, we need to add or input the output schema parameters in our root agent. So let's copy this code, and then let's try to find our root agent declaration. So it should be in here. Let's put this output schema after the model callback parameters like this. Okay, and after that, we can directly run our agent. Let's copy this one, and then run it again with similar command like Python 3 app agent/agent.py, and we will see the difference it makes compared to our previous invocation. Okay, so this time when we are trying to ask the same question, what is the capital of France? Instead of answering directly in natural language format, the agent now providing you with a structured object format like this. It shows the key with capital, and then the value is Paris, which is conforming the Pydantic model that we defined previously, this one. Okay? So that is how we can provide our agent to use the structured output. But please be advised and read more on the ADK documentations if you want to integrate this kind of structured output with the multi-agent system. Okay? Because as far as I know, there is some kind of limitation enforced when you are using structured output versus you are using multi-agents system that you can explore by your own when you are reading the ADK documentation. All right, so we already finished the 5th task. And don't forget to check your progress in this button by clicking the Check My Progress button in here. You should be able to obtain the green check mark at least, right? Okay, now on to the next step. So previously we already explored to communicate with our agent via the web interface And then we also already explored to communicate it via the programmatically, via the Python scripts. And now in this task, we will try to interact with our agent via the CLI in our terminal. Okay? So we will interact again with the Google Search Agent. And to run it in the CLI mode, we can use the command adk run and provide your agent name after that. So we can copy this one and then paste in here and then run it. Okay? So you will see several output like the log setup complete and it's being put in several log files. And then you will also encounter some warning about the user warning, the in-memory credential service. And please do not panic. This is okay and this is expected. The important thing is you ensure that you will have this kind of prompt which is informing us that you can input your prompt beside the user notation in the CLI. Okay, so let's try the prompt in here. So in this prompt example, we are asking about some new movies that have been released in the past month in India. So let's just copy it and then paste it in here. Okay. So we can expect that the agent behaves similarly when we interact with it on the web development UI. But if we are using the CLI, we cannot really inspect all of the details about the request response, about the tracing, and so on. So we can only just check. We provide some prompt, and we got the output. Okay. As you can see in here, at least in my terminal, it shows several Bollywood movies, and then for movies that up to March 18 release include several movies, and this might shows differently for you, but feel free to validate this kind of movie names in the Google search, check whether your agent is hallucinating or not. Okay? All right, so that's how we interact with the CLI interface using our ADK run command. And yep, after that finished, you can check my progress in here and validate whether you are successfully invoking the agent or not. But yeah, as a reminder, the log that might be sent to our system might be taking several seconds to be processed. So if you have failed to check my progress directly after you are interacting with your agent, please wait for a while and try to check my progress again to ensure that you are already success in executing your agent. Okay? All right. Whoa, we have run through quite a lot of section in this quick labs. Now we will try to inspect the multi-agent example of the ADK. So this is a kind of an introduction to how you can orchestrate a multi-agent with a predetermined workflow, right? So in here, we have a setup of our multi-agent settings under the ADK project LLM Auditor directory. So if you can see in your working directory, try to find your LLM Auditor in here, okay? And you will see that under the LLM Auditor directory, you will have the init.py, same kind of similar with the previous setup for the Google Search Agent. And then you will also have the agent.py in here, which is contain the definition of our root agent. And then you will also see the sub-agents directory in here. So this sub-agents directory will have two agents, which is the critic agent and the reviser agent. And it is, we can see in the corresponding script in the agent.py under the LLM Auditor, the sub-agent is being imported like this from .subagents.critic, import critic agent, and then from sub-agents reviser, import the reviser agent. And when you see, try to scroll down a little bit below, we will see that the LLM Auditor is being constructed like this. It has its own description, which the description is to evaluate the LLM generated answer, verifies actual accuracy using the web, and refines the response to ensure alignment with real-world knowledge. And This LLM auditor is being initialized using the sequential agent. Means that all of the agent that is being provided in the sub-agents will execute it sequentially right from the left to the right. And in this case, the user input will first hit the critic agent, and then it will go through to the reviser agent. Okay? So let's try to interact with our agent. If you are previously still inside the CLI command of your ADK, you can type exit to clear it up. And then, okay, we will need to ensure that all of the LLM auditor agent already have their environment variable set. So let's copy this and then execute it in our terminal. Okay, as for me, I will need to modify this as well. Alvin, that's exploratory 2, and then click enter. So this command will automatically create a .env files, place it under the LLM auditor agent. In here, you can inspect it. The .env file is already created, and directly spun up the ADK web development UI for us to interact with the agent. Okay, now let's try to click the web preview and inspect it on the port 8000. Okay, so we interacting back with our previously interacted web development UI. Try to select an agent in here and find the LLM auditor. Okay, after that, let's check what is the prompt to test this agent. Okay, so the prompt is double check this. Earth is further away from the sun than Mars. Okay, let's copy the prompt and then put it in here. Okay, for you who maybe try to executing these steps in your own machine, it is possible for you to encounter the resource exhausted error again. And I want to remind you once again, please be patient. Keep trying to try the prompt. Maybe at certain point, you also can type continue like this, so that if your process is being hot in the middle, you can still continue with the previous prompt is already visible for you. Okay, so you may not need to restart from the fresh start, but this is one way on how to navigate this resource exhausted error on your local system. Okay, let's go back to the demo. Now it's already generated a response for me, and as you can see, the first chat is from the user. We can see in the event that it's explained the user input from my side, and then when we click next on the second chat box, it's actually the response from the critic agent. So as you can see, the critic agent is processing the claim, trying to use the Google search to come up with a verdict and provide a justification. And then in the next step, when we click next, it will go right into the third row response, which comes from the reviser agent. So in this scenario, the critic agent output will be provided to the reviser agent, and it will create a short description based on the assessment being done by the critic agent. Like the verdict is, Earth is closer to the sun than Mars. Okay? So that's how we see that this multi-agent orchestration process the input sequentially, like from the first agent, the critic agent, and then processed into the second agent, the reviser agent. See, that's after we execute it, we see the two response, first from the critic agent, and then we see the second response from the reviser agent. Feel free to try it with a different prompt, like for example, in the quick labs, it is suggested for us to try the why is the sky blue, and let's try this one. If you want to start fresh for this one, we can click the new session, and then we can copy it in here to see whether it still behaves the same way like the previous response. Okay, so we can check that the first one, it still came from the critic agent in here. And then for the second one, it still come from the reviser agent to create the short answer for us, okay? Okay, so this is one example of the multi-agent orchestration using the sequential agent. So if you seeing the documentation in the quick labs, you can also see some suggestion that this kind of format, it's kind of similar with human in the loop format, where you are asking the agent to do some research first, and then you as a human validate their answer. I can give you feedback for the agent to further increase their, improve their answer later on. Okay, so please check your final progress in this blue button in here, and you also can end your lab if you already verified all of your answer. Now let's go back to the presentation slide and let's see, we'll have a summary on what we've been doing so far, okay? So during the previous lab, we are already exploring how we can interact with ADK, how we can integrate the ADK, providing the model's name, providing the instruction set, the description set, also integrate it with the built-in Google search so that we can have our agent having the Google search capability easily. And we also try to interact with the agent with 3 different ways. First, we can try to interact it in the web development UI. And second, we can interact with it programmatically using the Python script in this case. And then the third one, we can interact with the agent using the CLI interface. Okay, so this is all what we've explored today. Feel free to explore the ADK documentations if you want more advanced configuration about tools usage and maybe about the multi-agent orchestration, which we will have the lab in a later session today. And don't forget to please complete all the 4 labs in the classroom before 3 April to receive a special credit badge for this Cloud Technical Series program. Okay, so that's all from me for this session. I hope this session gives you more insights about AI agent. And thank you for following through this session with me, and see you in another lab. Thank you.
right, everyone. Thanks for joining me for the session that I'm about to cover for now, which is about the hands-on lab for generate and edit images with Nano Banana. Now, before I get started with the hands-on part, so perhaps it's actually good to remind everybody, if you have already registered yourself for the sessions, you may actually want to sign in to your environment, to your account at explore.quicklabs.com. Otherwise, if you have not done so, you may actually scan the QR code or head down to the link and follow the steps on your screen to complete the registration. Now, what happens is once you have actually signed in, you basically will see there's a purple color card showing you about the classroom information. That is the CTS session, March 26, for the hands-on lab activity. I guess it's actually good for us to actually take a quick look and have some context and idea regarding this Nano Banana model, all right? And first thing is that Nano Banana model is officially integrated as part of Gemini 2.5 Flash image family. And of course, we understand the Nano Banana is actually highly capable when it comes into images creations or even making modifications or changes to your your existing images asset based upon natural kind of language that you provided as part of your prompt activity. Now, what you see on my screen here is basically the high-level capabilities of what the Nano Banana model is capable of. Now, the first thing is actually it is high-velocity generation. We're talking about the speed actually matter when it comes into time-sensitive kind of content creations. And of course, we are also looking at the professional grade of output to be produced. Now, the other thing is actually about the conversational editing. So we understand the the Gemini family has highly capable of reasoning, right, inbuilt into that particular model itself, with the capability to deal with multi-modal kind of tasks, along with the capability to perform content editing such as your image editing, right, activity itself. And of course, the last one is actually about the creativity and precision, particularly when you're dealing with multi-turn interactions with a model in which you want the model to stay focused, aware on the character kind of consistency. All right, so this basically is just to give everybody a quick understanding of what the Nano Banana is all about. And now let's get started. All right, I know you're excited about the lab. And let me go over quickly on the high-level overview on how are you able to actually perform this lab along with me, right, if you are keen to do so. Now, the first thing is actually about getting yourself ready to jump into the lab environment. Be sure that you are accessing explore.quicklabs.com. Sign in if you have already got the account. If not, please feel free to join as a new user. And then upon sign in, you should actually see a purple color card appear on your dashboard, which is actually showing you about the Cloud Technical Series March 26 Hands-on Lab Classroom information. So when you click on this purple color card, you should see the classroom overview. I know there are multiple labs are being listed, but what we are focusing on for this session is about generate and edit images with Nano Banana. All right, so once you click on that particular lab title, it will direct you to another page in which you will be able to see, on the right-hand side here, it is actually the lab instructions, okay? And on the left-hand side, it is actually where the button that you should click to get the credential provision for you to continue with the activity, as well as there is a timer that would actually, count down the whole activities as part of the ongoing process that you are participating in. But be sure that you actually review the lab instructions, because once you click on the Start Lab button, the timer actually will start counting down. And upon the timer countdown to 0, the lab environment will be reset. But don't worry, you actually have the chances to actually perform the same lab in multiple attempts if you are keen to do so. Right? Just that when you get the first activity started, you basically have to follow on-screen instruction to understand the platform that you're going to use, as well as to accept terms of service when you're ready to navigate through the Google Cloud Console. Now, before you are ending the lab, we would want to highlight once again, please make sure that you have completed all of the progress check, right? So, you would see this particular button highlighted in blue. Once you click on that particular button, it would actually show you a green tick to actually ensure that everything has been checked and you have completed the task accordingly. All right. So now let me head back to the the Explore the Quick Labs environment, and this is actually what you are seeing as well on your screen. And you could actually click on the Start Lab button as and when you're ready. Now, in my case, once I click on the Start Lab button, I may or may not see a blue color banner appear. Now, you may not see the same thing as what I'm seeing. That is okay. That actually means that your environment is ready for you to get yourself started. But for me, I would actually have to wait maybe less than a minute to have the lab environment to be provisioned correctly. Okay, and of course, you could actually look at the overview and the objectives sections to understand what are you trying to achieve in this lab activity. So particularly, we'll be using Vertex AI Studio to play around with Nano Banana to generate images. We would also be using Collab Enterprise, and we would make use of some sample codes provided to actually interact with Nano Banana from the programmatic way as well. Right. Now, you may find that my pace is slightly faster as I'm going through the lab steps, but don't worry because you have the complete lab instructions and you are able to carry on with the tasks at your own pace. Okay, so what I would do is to sign into Google Cloud Console. What I need basically just right click on this Open Google Cloud Console button, and then I would choose Login in Incognito window. All right, so these basically would direct me over to the Google Cloud platform. And like what I mentioned, please follow on screen instruction, like the welcome page. Over here, I would just need to click on I understand. And in case if there's another pop-up asking me to accept terms of service, I would just need to turn on the checkbox and then hit on the agree and continue button. Right? And make sure that you sign in using the generated credential, start with the student ID. And of course, in my case, I would want to change the appearance, right? And at the same time, you may want to double confirm that the project ID that has been selected start with the name called Quick Labs. All right. Now, I would actually head down to the task number 1 right away, and I could navigate from the right-hand side panel over here. Now, this is actually where we would want to explore Nano Banana easily and quickly using Vertex AI Studio. So I would navigate to Vertex AI Studio from Google Cloud Console, and then I would choose the model, as well as I will go and upload an image from Google Cloud Storage. And the Google Cloud Storage bucket is already provisioned in your lab project. And then we would incorporate, these prompt, that is the provider prompt, to ask Nano Banana to create an image for us. All right? And let's take a look how this can be done easily. So head down to the hamburger menu icon on the top left-hand side corner. And this is actually where you could see Vertex AI service is available. We would then head down to Vertex AI Studio menu. Now over here, you will see there is this particular prompt text field available. So if I would want to change the model that I am being told to follow through as part of the lab instructions, I could actually key in / followed by the word model. This actually will pop up the model selections. So I would actually head down to the Gemini category, and then over here, I would actually choose the Nano Banana 2.5 flash image specific version that I'm going to use. And then I will choose the image, where is the source image that is located. It is already provisioned in Google Cloud Storage bucket, and this is actually the bucket name. In your case, you may see a different bucket name itself. That is fine because it's auto-provisioned. Double click, and we would actually want to use this image name called symbolshopsui.png. All right, so the image is actually selected, and we know that this is actually the source image that we would want to use, and then we incorporate the prompt. Now, of course, you could read through the prompt. So in summary, what this prompt is trying to do is actually telling the Gemini 2.5 flash image to generate, young couple, preparing some cuisine in the kitchen, and then would want to include this particular simple e-commerce UI image on the tablet that is currently being held by the particular individual over here. Now, this is actually quick and easy way on how we are able to interact with Nano Banana from Vertex AI Studio. Okay. Now, of course, as what we have already seen earlier on in terms of the capabilities of Nano Banana, you basically be able to start with multi-turn kind of interaction with a model. If you would want to continue on with the conversations, for instance, I could actually copy the provided prompt at step number 10 over here. And these conversations that I have basically is telling the model, this is actually what I would want to do, right? I would want you to actually create another image, show the same couple opening a new restaurant, for example. Now, I don't actually have to specifically repeat myself because there is this multi-turn capabilities that is actually inbuilt inside this particular model itself. And this is actually how easily I'm actually able to get the output generated. And of course, just to recap earlier on in the slide that I mentioned about the multi-model, Nano Banana is actually capable to accept input in which you're able to provide your input with text along with unstructured data, like example, image as another source, as well as the output. Nano Banana is actually capable to produce the output in just an image only, or maybe image and text. But of course, in this example, what you're seeing is basically just an image output. Okay? So that actually highlighted about the conversational-based kind of editing and multi-turn iterations capabilities. Okay? Now, like what I mentioned, if you're done for a particular task already, if there is a progress check button appear, so please proceed on and click on that button. So let's move on to the second task over here, in which we'll be making use of Collab Enterprise. So what we're going to do over here is we would want to bring up Collab Enterprise. And for those of you who are new to it, this is actually a fully managed Jupyter notebook, right, in which it is available in Google Cloud, where you are able to bring up this particular Jupyter notebook quickly and easily without the need to manage infrastructure. And yet you are able to apply the security requirements such as your own managed encryption key and many others, right? So what we would want to do over here is to start with a new notebook, right, by clicking on Create Notebook button. And once this particular notebook screen is ready, according to the step, you actually would need to rename the notebook and file name, all right? Just go over to the File menu bar and then click on Rename, and paste the name of the file that you are supposed to provide. So now the new name and the name is actually being provided, is actually reflected, right? Now, because we would need to get the environment ready, which is not there by default, if you look at the right-hand side corner where my mouse is hovering right now, there is this particular connect label appear. So you will need to click on that connect label in order to get the runtime provision. So if there is an all-off authentication pop-up, you have to open this particular screen, continue with the same user ID that has been provisioned in your environment to complete the all-off sign-in. But you will still need to give a few more seconds to have this particular notebook provision with the necessary runtime. Okay, so while waiting for this to be ready, in case if you would want to see or maybe want to explore capabilities of these runtime configurations, you could actually set your own templates. You can decide what kind of specification that you would want, encryption key, VPC networks that you would want this runtime to be connected to. All right, so you could explore from there. So in my case, the notebook is actually activated because you could see at the bottom of my screen earlier on, it actually told me about the activations. I could actually give a few more seconds for it to be completed successfully. And you notice here, one is actually completed successfully. It actually showed me that it is connected. And I could actually see the resources allocated for my runtime, right, just to confirm that it is now activated. And then we could head back to our environment, our lab instructions, and then we would copy the provided code, right? Now, the first thing what we would have to do a typical programmer that we would have to do is to make sure that any requirement of modules needed to run the applications being properly installed. All right, so you could just copy and paste. And then once this particular command is executed using pip package manager, you would actually notice there is a green tick on the left-hand side that to confirm that the execution is completed along with the duration taken. All right. So once I'm seeing a green tick, that's good, but you would actually need to restart the runtime, the particular session itself. The reason why we need to do that is to ensure that the modules are fully loaded successfully, so that when we run the business logic later on, we would be able to get it executed successfully. All right. So the restarting basically would just take a few seconds. So when it's done, you would then be able to move on to the next step. Now, what the next step would do basically is to set the necessary imports along with client objects. All right. Now, how do you get the next block of code to be executed? Actually, in the notebook environment, you actually would make use of the cell. All right. So there is this particular cell in which we're able to pass in our code. All right. By clicking on this button, a new cell is provided, and then you just need to pass your so-called code itself to be executed, and hit on this play button, all right, to execute specifically for this particular cell. Now, this block of code is basically to initialize all of the necessary imports, as well as Google Cloud Storage client, including the project we are working on, what is the storage bucket name, and the model that we are working on in this particular environment. All right, and this is actually where we get our GenAI client initialized properly. Okay, so next, what we're gonna do over here is to copy two preview functions. All right, now what are the usage for these two different functions? One is basically to display an image being written locally within the notebook environment, while the other functions basically is to pull image out from the Google Cloud Storage bucket. Why we'd actually have two? Because for GenAI to work, basically it actually need to access stable URL endpoint address to retrieve the image to maybe to perform the editing. While at the same time, as a developer, you want to have the output generated locally so that you're able to view those. So the output of this image generated locally would have a file that we statically set, and this file later on will be stored in this local environment. So you could click on this files icon to actually see the locally generated file produced by Nano Banana later on. Right? So we would hit on this play button to have it executed. Same thing, you may actually click on this button now to check the progress if everything being set correctly, but do take note, sometimes this could be delayed. But in case if you are not able to get the progress button checked completely by showing you a green tick, you may want to revisit this. Otherwise, you may want to reattempt the lab once again to achieve 100% of points. All right? So in my case, I will just head down to the next sections, and the next two commands that code that I'm going to run is to generate images, which I instruct, the code to actually retrieve out from the bucket. Now, the first one is actually to show jacket, right, located in this bucket. And then the second one is actually where I would want to show address, right, which is also located in the same bucket, but two different object ID reference. So if you would want to confirm, something is written locally, and this is actually the file that has been produced locally. So each time when a new image is being displayed, this particular file is actually being updated. Okay. Next, what we are going to do basically is to start to interact, defining the business logic so that we could integrate with Nano Banana, right? So we are saying that take these two images that I have already loaded in the Google Cloud Storage bucket, coupled with a prompt. The prompt basically just want to show a young couple, wearing these clothing products, and maybe walk through on a particular street whatsoever. And then we actually set the content that is to be sent by the role in the GenAI environment called user. And then we have multimodal as an input. Okay. Next, we go and set the modality. Now, in this case, the modality that we are expecting the Nano Banana model to generate for us should include both, right? That is text and image. And it's always a good practice to incorporate wait and retry logic, just in case if the model or maybe your applications interacting with the model API throwing some unexpected errors. So you could actually make use of this wait and retry business logic to work around that particular scenario. Okay, and then that is actually where we would now want to set the response, right? So in this case, we are indicating that we would want to receive the response, but from where? From Nano Banana, right? And then we basically will pass in the content that we have set along with the modality that we expect to receive. Now, of course, in this business logic, we are actually retrieving the content from these particular content parts. And what is being checked basically is just the image information. So if you would actually want to take the challenge to actually make changes to this, you could actually introduce another if block to actually check whether the part object containing any text. If there is text, you would actually want to use the print command to display the output, right? But in this case, you will only see an image is actually being produced, as simple as it is, right? So I hope you got some sense around this programmatic way on how to interact with Nano Banana using multimodal capabilities on how you are able to pass the prompt instructions to the model from your Python environment. Okay, so next, let's take a look at the next activity in which we would want to use Nano Banana to make editing, an edit based on the existing image that we have. So now if you're making use of Collab Enterprise, in this case, you could actually set different kind of sections, right, by adding additional header. Header basically just to separate between section 1 is to achieve task A, section 2 is actually to achieve task B, right? As simple as it is. But now we would actually want to start executing the next line of code to actually display the existing image that we have. Basically, it's just a sample UI. So this is actually the source of image that we would want to get Nano Banana to modify for us by setting, a prompt, and then send this prompt to Nano Banana to make the necessary changes or modifications, right? So we have a nice title. On the right-hand side, we basically have a good amount of parameters that, in the real UI, as a user, you're able to make changes and actually a text field right here. So what we would do is we would send the next block of code. So this particular block of code basically is instructing Nano Banana. This is the source of image that you should work on. And then this is the instruction that I'm sending to you right now. So make change to the UI header, right, to Podcast Studio, and then maybe add some sliders so the user could just make changes to the number of hosts or maybe the minute setting through the sliders. And if possible, include also a label in the text field as an instruction. When a user see from this particular UI, they know what they're supposed to perform. So once this is actually executed, of course, we would then be able to see, output that is being produced. And then we could actually verify this output later on, all right? And this is actually what we are seeing, right? So you could see that the title of this UI has been updated, all right? And of course, we basically have this number of hosts, all right? And you notice that, why I have given the instruction in the prompt to also incorporate additional slider, but there is one is actually missing. Now, this is actually what you should expect out of the generative AI, because generative AI model is a so-called probability kind of dealing with probability of content generation. Is actually not deterministic, all right? So you could actually iterate this kind of prompt again and again and incorporate human in the loop to always verify the output. Now, as you can see, when I send the same prompt the second time, I'm able to see additional changes being done to this particular UI. all right? And including this particular text field at the bottom, all right? So I hope you get some sense around it on why, it's always important to have human in the loop to do the needful verification and check, okay? Now, the last part of what we're gonna do over here is actually to do an additional activity. So what we would want to do, like in the real life scenario, is you certainly would want to make changes to your existing image. However, you do not just want to simply override it. Why? Because if you override it and if you want to reference back to the previous version of the image, you may not have that particular data with you. So what we're doing over here is you could actually incorporate in your business logic to actually upload whatever current version of the image you have to maybe your Google Cloud Storage, and then any changes being applied later on would actually return it to your local drive in this particular Collab enterprise environment. And that is actually where you would add additional prompt to make the needful changes that is required by changing the advanced options to have the podcast language drop-down selection. All right, and the rest of the business logic basically are the same as what I have already covered earlier on, but this is actually something that you will be able to see the additional changes being introduced in this latest generated image output. Okay, so I hope these actually given everybody a quick idea and understanding how easily you're able to get yourself started using Vertex AI Studio, as well as to launch your fully managed Python, so-called Jupyter Notebook environment to get your Python business logic executed in a very quickly and easier manner, all right? And like what I mentioned, if you have not done all of the progress check, please make sure and revisit onto this particular progress check window to make sure that you are able to collect 100% of the points. If you're unable to do so, no worries, you are able to reattempt the same lab later on if you would want to. Okay, so these actually something that we have done together, everybody. Like what I mentioned, not to worry if my pace is a little bit faster, but you're able to follow along at your own pace because the lab instruction is easily accessible from the classroom environment. Okay, and remember to complete all labs, everybody, and you would actually receive a shiny badge later on if you are able to get it completed and you have access until 3rd of April, so-called to have this lab environment ready at your fingertips. Okay, and with that, I would want to say thank you everybody for your attention, and good to have many of you here with us, and see you soon. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. You've made it to the halfway point of day 2. It's great to see so many of you joining us in the classroom today. You're all making incredible progress. For those of you just tuning in to our final labs, I'm Kathleen.
And I'm Tiffany. Kath, I noticed there are so many excellent questions coming up from our audience. This community is so sharp.
Absolutely, incredibly sharp. We hope you enjoyed the first 2 labs. Seeing the theory from yesterday put into action is such a light bulb moment. What do you think, Tiff?
Yeah, so true. I think it's very impressive how ADK makes it building agents so much simpler and so much standardized.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, we have a lot of customers who actually shorten their build cycle from weeks to mere days when they utilized ADK. And it's not just about the speed. They're out there building complex reasoning agents.
So for anyone who is finding the pace of today a bit fast, remember that the classroom stays open for 2 weeks, so you can always revisit these instructions on demand. If you finish all 4 labs of the day by 3rd April, you'll earn your Credly badge that you can display on your LinkedIn. Well, I know that is hot commodity.
Yeah, for sure. And after this break, we'll be moving into our final 2 labs. So if you were here for the first 2 labs, you're ready to roll. But if you're just joining us now, you can use this time to get set up for your classroom.
If you've registered after the start of the event or you didn't join the first 2 labs, we'll be sharing real-time sign-up links before the final 2 labs start. So stand by for that.
An important tip, you must use the exact same email address you used to register for this event. If not, the emails won't match and our system won't be able to recognize you for the classroom. And if you need any extra help getting things set up, you can find the participants guide in the resources tab. Or you can also reach out to our 24/7 help center at explore.quicklabs.com.
Just a reminder, you don't need any credits to follow along with the labs of today. And it's also totally fine to just watch the labs and try them yourself later in your own time at your own pace.
So speaking of which, what are our final 2 labs today, Tiff?
Okay, let's take a look. So Lab 3 is Introduction to Gemini Enterprise. It's coming up next right after the break, and followed by our last lab, Build Multi-Agent Systems with ADK.
Right, and then afterwards, Tiffany and I will be back for our closing session today, and we'll also go into some next steps on how you can continue to build your skills.
That's right. And an important tip, you can apply for complimentary credits to build directly in the live Google Cloud environment. It's very easy. Just scan the QR code that you see on the screen right now. You can also check out all the upcoming webinars on our revamped Weeklies platform, where we're continuously adding great new content there. Or you can be one of the first to join our new AI agent initiative, GEAR. But no rush for now. We'll take you through the different opportunities in more detail at the end of the day.
And please don't forget to share your thoughts on today's labs and also yesterday's technical sessions. Your feedback is so valuable to us, and we'd love to hear what hit the mark and what we can do better next time.
Now for a quick break. You have about 5 minutes before we kick off our 3rd lab.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for staying with us. You all have shown a great amount of interest in achieving, your learning activities. Pardon me. And what we're going to do for this session is about the Gemini Enterprise. All right. So what I would do basically is to give everybody a quick context and understanding what is Gemini Enterprise, and then we would perform the lab activities together. Okay. Now, this is just a quick reminder once again. You could join with me as I'm performing the lab steps later on. Otherwise, if you would actually want to do it at your own pace, feel free to do so. But one thing to be sure is that make sure you have already created an account, and then you are able to see the classroom information upon sign in. Okay, and then you could actually follow the on-screen instructions on how to get your account created. All right. Now, let's see the quick introductions about Gemini Enterprise so that you would have good amount of information with you and have the context around it. Now, first thing that we would want to understand is that as an enterprise organization, we know we have different kind of data available. They could be isolated, different formats, and perhaps they are actually currently have different kind of limitation. For instance, you may actually have a system ready to process and retrieve certain format of data, but the same system may not be able to retrieve and search or even try to pull important, critical, or crucial information needed for your business, to proceed on with the next kind of decision-making activity. So this is actually what happens, right, to many enterprises out there. And this is actually what we are seeing on the left-hand side, because when we talk about the data today, it's like an asset, right, in which we are able to make use of these different kind of data to enable us to perform the next decision-making activity. So those data could actually be your emails, chats, your audio, videos, right, your structured, unstructured data, and could be residing in different kind of systems that you have already implemented. Now, what do we do with Gemini Enterprise? Right, so this is actually a solutions available in Google Cloud, which you will be able to tap on the generative AI powered product that will be able to quickly provide insights to those siloed data sources that you have, and you are able to integrate many of those data, be it first-party services that you're using or third-party system that you're using, and get it integrated with Gemini Enterprise. So with Gemini Enterprise, because it is powered by Gemini model, that is a multi-modal kind of generative AI system that basically be able to understand, those multi-modal kind of inputs that you have provided, right, coupled with the text-based prompt that you created, and you would then be able to get the insights. Now, on top of it, you would also be able to use top-notch Google search quality search engine that is available within Gemini Enterprise as well. All right. Now, if we zoom in a little bit, so what you see on the left-hand side here is how we typically would expect as a user. I'm sending a prompt to the GenAI model, and I'm expecting to get the response. But the question that you should ask yourself is, what kind of response do you want to see? Do you want to see the response where the data is really grounded to your data sources? Of course, that is what we would want to do, right? And on the right-hand side, this is actually where you could have your data sources available, maybe within on-premises or maybe in Google Cloud. Maybe you're using first-party or third-party kind of storage and databases solutions. You basically be able to get those integrated. And if you look at the center, that is actually where the capabilities of what Gemini Enterprise is offering. So you could use it as an assistant, helping you to do summarization, creating content, be able to do analysis, reportings, anything, right? You are able to make use of the search capabilities. To some advanced capability, you could even get Gemini Enterprise to take the next level of actions that you would want it to happen, such as sending an email, for example, creating calendar invite, modifying calendar invite that I have created currently, for example. Or you could actually make use of autonomous agent. All right? Either you want to use pre-built agents by Google, and you could also create no-code agent on your own. All right? And of course, in this particular activity, we will see how we could activate the pre-built agents built by Google in this particular scenario. All right? And one of it basically is the Notebook LM, which is what we are going to take a look together. All right? So that basically is just the quick introduction setup. And now we basically will look into how do we get started. So head down to explore.quicklabs.com, same kind of activity that you all have performed earlier on, and make sure that you have seen this purple color card of classroom appear in your dashboard. That is Cloud Technical Series, March 26. That is for hands-on lab activity. So click on it. You would then have to look at the Introductions to Gemini Enterprise lab title, right? And then you basically be able to see the lab instructions, as well as a green button for you to get yourself started, all right? And once you actually click on that particular green button, and that is actually where the account will be provisioned for you, including the login credentials and Google Cloud Project ID. Okay, and don't forget to always double check the progress before you click the End Lab button to make sure that you are able to collect 100% of the points. Cool. So with that being said, let's jump right into our Introductions to Gemini Enterprise Lab. So what I'm going to do is I will click on the Start Lab button. Same thing. Your environment, you may actually see that it is already provisioned without the blue color label that I'm currently showing to you. Because in my environment, maybe the provisioning resources not ready yet. It would actually take a bit more time, a few more seconds, in order to get this setup completed successfully. But at least, taking this time to actually go through the objectives, as well as things that what we're trying to see in this lab environment. All right, so this is actually leveraging on Gemini Enterprise, and we would be creating a few data stores to be integrated. Okay, and then we would actually play around with Gemini Enterprise application. One, we have already provisioned it, and we will see how Gemini Enterprise basically be able to generate responses, verifying those responses generated are truly grounded to the data source that we have created, and then we will look at the steps on how do we verify them. And we would also be looking at pre-built agents kind of activities. Right, so there will be 3 different agents that we are going to see together, and then we would actually want to understand what is the purpose of for each of the agents that we are going to play around in a short while. Okay, so once this is done, of course, right-click on the Open Google Cloud Console button. So I will open this in the incognito window, and let me zoom in a little bit for my screen. And if you are on this welcome page, just click on I understand button, and you probably will be asked to accept terms of service. And like what I'm showing to you right now, just click on the checkbox and then say I agree and continue. And be sure that you sign in using the student ID. And in my case, I will change the appearance and then confirm that selected project ID start with the name Quick Labs. Okay? Now, so what I'm going to do now is let's head down to task number 1 together, if you are with me. And in task number 1, we would want to verify the bucket is created because we have provided data available for us to be integrated with Gemini Enterprise later on with pre-created bucket name to be the same as the project ID. And then there are 3 different folders. Okay, so what we would do, we will go back to the console, click on the hamburger icon, top left-hand side corner, and look at cloud storage under buckets. Okay, so over here, you will see there is this bucket name created, and inside this bucket, you basically have 3 folders. Now, just in case if you are not seeing all of the 3 folders are provisioned already, you may actually want to give a bit more time for the back-end process to complete, so that you are able to see all of the folders, right? Now, what we're going to do with, the objects in the folders, right? So some of the objects we are going to perform download. We would want to download those objects from selected folder, and then we're going to upload it into Google Drive. Because why? We would want to integrate Google Drive as a data store to Gemini Enterprise later on. All right. So first thing is Gemini Enterprise Drive folder. So inside, you should see 4 different files, 3 CSV, 1 PNG file. So this is actually the one that I'm talking about, right? 4 different files. So what you would do is to download this, if you're using the UI, you have to do it manually, one at a time. So click on the file name. For this case, I have already clicked on marketing data. And then under public URL, you basically would do a right click and save the file. All right? And then choose your local drive, the machine that you are working on, and then save it on that particular drive that you have already selected. All right? Now, you're going to do this for all of them. All right, 4 different files. You're going to do it 4 times. Now, in my case, I've already got those files downloaded on my local drive. All right, but you just follow the same step to get it done. Okay, so that actually concluded this particular activity. All right, now we are going to upload those files to Google Drive. So what I'm going to do, I will just copy this drive.google.com link and then head over to my incognito browser and then open a new tab, access drive.google.com, confirm that you are still signed in using student ID, and over here, you're going to create a new folder. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to create a new folder, and the name of the folder, based on what has been given in the lab instruction, that is Gemini Enterprise Drive Assets. All right, and then create the folder. All right, so what you would do, head down to the folder that you have just created, right click, all right, and then choose File Upload. So what you're going to do over here is you're going to upload these 4 different files, which you have already downloaded, to the drive itself. Now you will see this prompt. This is only for my case because I'm using corporate machine, but you should not actually get that particular pop-up. Okay, now in end result is you should actually see these 4 files are being uploaded successfully, okay, to your Google Drive account attached with the student ID. Okay, so this is actually what you've done for this particular step, and then you'll be doing the same thing for the notebook LM folder in Google Cloud Storage bucket. Right, so if I go to the Google Cloud Storage bucket, there is this notebook LM drive folder, and you will see there are 3 files exist. Right, click on each of them under public URL, right click on the link and save the file individually. So you choose where do you want to keep those files that you are downloading at this time. Okay, so make sure that you repeat all of them because we are going to use this in the next task later on. Okay, so that is for the notebook LM folder. And now we would want to create Google Calendar because we would also want to use Google Calendar as another data source later on. So copy calendar.google.com, head down to the incognito browser, open a new tab, and this should open up the calendar UI for the student account. All right, so just say got it, and then I would keep on to this light color background, confirm that you are still signing in using student ID, and then head down to the create button on the top left hand side, and then create an event. So what event are we trying to create? So follow the name given over here, symbol foods, marketing strategy meeting. Okay, and then create this meeting to start perhaps 1 or 2 hours later on from now, all right? And I will just save it. So end result is you should actually have this calendar created in the student account itself. Okay, so we are done with this, and same thing, check the progress. All right. Now again, if you did not get the progress tick generated, sometimes it could be delayed because of the APIs generated, the logs generated not getting to be picked up by the API yet. But you should verify the progress check before you end the lab later on. Okay, what is next? So we actually have created Google Drive to be used as one data store later on. We have created Google Calendar. We also have these so-called another folder that we have not touched for now, that we are going to use it as another data store. All right. But in order to create a data stores for Gemini Enterprise, we would need to activate Gemini Enterprise. So how do we activate Gemini Enterprise? You would actually head down to Vertex AI application if it is already activated. But of course, in this lab environment, it has not been activated yet. So what you would do is you go to Gemini Enterprise from the search field at the top of the Google Cloud Console, and then choose Gemini Enterprise from the filtered result. Now, you basically would be using 30-day trial kind of license, that is free, right? But if you would want to explore further about the subscription, click on the subscription link if you would want to. So let's start this 30-day trial and then activate the API. Okay, so this is actually the requirement. It should take a few more seconds to get the API activated. And once this API is activated, it would ask you to create Gemini Enterprise application. So what should be the name that we have to provide? Let's go back to lab instruction. And over here, we would actually want to give the application name as Simple Foods-Gemini Enterprise. Okay, while the location, we will leave it as global as per the lab instruction. And then we just head down onto the creation part. That is to click on the create button. Okay, and a few seconds later on, you should see the Gemini Enterprise instance is now created. Right, now of course, you could actually create multiple Gemini Enterprise instances, maybe in your environment, but in this lab activity, you only need to do it once. Okay, so this is actually the one that we have created. Now what we're going to do next is to activate the so-called identity. Okay, to activate the identity. Now this is actually the identity that we are going to use. So this setup, we actually have Google Identity already integrated. We just need to confirm this is the identity that we would use, all right, as part of the authentication. So just click on the setup identity link at the bottom, and then choose use Google Identity, a radio button, and then confirm workforce identity. Now, of course, if you would want to integrate with a third-party identity provider, certainly this is doable as well. Okay, so it's now configured. So app is ready, identity is also created, and then you should check on the progress once again. All right, and what we would do next is actually to create data source. So what we would want is, remember we actually have Google Drive ready. We would now need to create Google Drive as one of the data stores. So let's go back to our Gemini Enterprise console, and then click on Connected Data Stores on the left-hand side menu panel, and then click on New Data Store button at the top. So if you would want to explore, you could actually see under the Data Stores list, you could choose to use Data Store option from Google Workspace, from Google Cloud, such as Spanner Database, BigQuery, Cloud Storage, and many others, or even some third-party so-called data sources. Okay, now for this part, we are going to use Google Drive for now. So since there's only one folder that we have created, we will choose all, right? And what we are going to do over here is, sorry, I think I clicked on the wrong one. Give me a second. Let me do it once again. Let's go to Google Drive. We would choose all. And then we basically would click on enable actions. We don't have any actions. And then we basically would just indicate the data store name, okay, as Google Drive. All right, so let's just copy this particular name and then just give Google Drive. Okay. So when it asks for actions, don't choose any actions, right? So just click on the skip button. So now this is active. So we are going to repeat this for another one, that is calendar. all right, as another data store. Same thing, new data store, and then we choose Google Calendar, all right, click on select button. Do you want Gemini Enterprise to take any actions later on your behalf, such as to create an invite or to modify existing calendar invite? No. All right, if you would want to, you basically would have to get your OAuth client ID and the secret key to be configured in this screen. But this is not what we're going to do. We will skip, and we will give the Google Calendar data store name. Because in this case, because we skip, right? So what we do is only providing read permissions, right, to the app, instead of doing modifications or creating something new. Okay, so we actually have 2 data stores now, both are active, and we will then proceed with the third one. So the third one, we are going to use Google Cloud bucket, a cloud storage bucket. So same thing, new data store, and then we will choose cloud storage option, right? Select. So which option should we choose? Now, actually, in this Google Cloud Storage bucket folder, we have unstructured document, right? So you should actually focus on the second section. And these documents it could be something like PDFs, for example, HTML, and so on and so on. So which is actually the default option. Similar to what has been stated over here. So unstructured document. Right? And for synchronizations, we don't expect to update those documents. We would just take it as a static document. It's a one-time synchronization. And then, do you actually want to mention file by file, or you want to mention by folder? So in this setup, we would actually mention by folder. Just click on Browse. So this is a bucket created. And then you would choose Gemini Enterprise Cloud Storage folder and select. Right? And after that, you hit continue. So this is a time where you are supposed to give the data store a name. So what name are we giving? We will give the name as cloud storage. Okay? And then finally create. Now, if it doesn't ask you for billing account selection, it's fine. Because you are not supposed to be concerned about the billing since you are using provided credential in the lab environment. Right? It's like what you're seeing on my screen. There wasn't any billing question prompted. So that's okay. Just hit on the create button. Okay? But one thing I would want to highlight here is that since in this Google Cloud Storage bucket folder, we actually have many documents. Those documents that you're trying to get it integrated with Gemini Enterprise, they would actually need to be indexed. And the indexing process is not completed instantly. It would actually take a few more minutes to be completed. So at this time, if you go to the Cloud Storage Data Store name under Activity, you will notice that there are some pending tasks that has yet to be started, but we will revisit this later part to confirm the end result. Right? Now, this basically will affect the Gemini Enterprise response generation. Because if those are not indexed properly, the output that you will see may not be grounded based on the data sources that you have created. Okay? So this is what we have for the data sources. You should confirm, same thing, the progress check. And now it is time where you would be able to interact with Gemini Enterprise application. Right? So just take note with this highlighted statement here. The indexing would take about 5 to 10 minutes. It's okay. We can get back to the screen and then verify once again. But how do we access the Gemini Enterprise application? All right. So what you should do is head down to your Google Cloud Console page, right? And then click on the Overview menu on the left-hand side panel, menu panel. And you notice there is this link auto-generated for you. You just have to click on this link. It will open a new tab. So this tab basically is to show to you the Gemini's Enterprise application. So you can see here, right, as a business user myself, this is actually what I will focus on. Because why? My administrator, my technical engineer, they have already provisioned Gemini Enterprise, the data stores, it's integrated with the Gemini's Enterprise instance. So what I would do as a business user is I'll be given access to the link integrated with identity that we have set up. And now I'm actually able to interact with Gemini Enterprise, asking questions, getting the output generated, maybe getting the data to be analyzed, to be summarized. And those output to be generated, we could actually indicate and control. Where should you go and look for the information for me? Because you are able to toggle the button here, on and off, which particular data sources that you would want to use. Okay. Now, at the same time, you could also see there are many pre-built agents by Google. We will look at that later part. And maybe let's try it out with a couple of queries or prompts that have already been provided. Okay. And then we will look at some of these agents later on. Now, the first thing that we would want is perhaps we would just want to ask Gemini Enterprise, hey, tell me any update on our latest marketing data, right? So you would actually send a prompt, right? It would try to understand, again, Gemini is good at reasoning. It will basically go into thinking mode, reviewing the user intent, formulating search strategies, and then it will actually refine the approach. It will do all of the necessary synthesis, and then to ensure the output generated are properly being grounded. And then you will be able to see the generated response appear on this particular screen itself, all right? So once this is done, you basically be able to go through the response, right? And the responses basically would have citation, right? So this is actually on how the output are properly being grounded because of the citation kind of indicator that is actually available, okay? But of course, because our cloud storage bucket indexing may be not completed yet, so output that you are seeing right now may actually not be the complete kind of data that have been searched. So maybe once you actually have the storage documents have been indexed properly, you could actually run this particular query or prompt once again, all right? And of course, you could actually click on the sources, seeing where are the sources being, what are the sources being used to actually generate those particular responses, okay? And you should actually have resemble output, but not exactly the same, all right? Now, the other thing that we would want to do over here is we ask follow-up question. Well, you could actually choose the suggested follow-up question generated if you would want to, or else you can actually just copy the prompt provided and then just send as it is, all right? Now, while waiting for this prompt to be processed, you also notice that the chat history is auto-created for you. So if you would want, you could actually share this, you could actually rename it, you could mark it or add this to start, in which you basically be able to do a quick filter. If let's say this is the prompt history that you would always want to refer to again and again, right? Otherwise, you can actually just come to the search and look for those so-called historical chats information that have already been created. Now, in case if there are any kind of library created, such as images or videos, you could actually just go and look at the under the library menu. Okay, so it says, yep, so there is a newsletter promoted new brownies is actually being mentioned, you know, as part of our data sources, right? Now, you don't actually need to continue your iterative conversations again and again using the same chat and so-called environment. You could actually start a new chat, click on the new chat button, so-called menu, or you can click on Gemini Enterprise icon at the top, okay? Now, what we are going to explore this is actually using Tools button. Now, as I have mentioned earlier on, you are able to toggle on and off, right? But you could also use a one-time off kind of option like search company data. So automatically, it will take out Google search engine option, okay? Now, in this case, we just want to like summarize customer sentiments, pie chart. Remember, in the Google Cloud Storage bucket, there is one particular pie chart image that we have downloaded and we upload over to Google Drive. And now we are actually sending a prompt that is a multimodal kind of input, text as well as asking to analyze a given pie chart image, it would actually look into that respective Google data source that we have integrated, and then it will go through the thinking process, defining the search, analyze it, and then look and then generate the output. So if you would like to confirm whether it is the right source that is being analyzed, you could actually click on this Google Drive icon over here as part of the citations indicator. So this should also open a new tab, and this is actually the source of the image that has been analyzed by Gemini Enterprise. Okay, so this is cool, right? And now you basically be able to get this app ready and available to do all of the analysis and so on and so forth. Now you could even ask the model to actually look at your calendar. For example, tell me what meetings are on my agenda today, or maybe you would want to check like what do I have for the next 2 days and so on and so forth. It's up to you, right? You're able to play around with this activity. And of course, this is still isolated within the environment that we use in the lab. That is the student account that we have created so many informations earlier on. And then similar thing, it will go through the thinking process and you'll be able to tell me, oh yeah, there is one particular calendar set up earlier on, right? And this is actually happening in about maybe an hour or two from now. And they also could tell me what is a meeting title. So this is actually the Gemini Enterprise in a nutshell, right? So you can easily make use of the interactive options, chat capabilities, but yet you're able to integrate your enterprise data. So output generated are being grounded to your data sources. Okay. Now the next thing what we would want to see is actually the agent, right? So we actually have multiple agents over here. We would want to look at idea generation agent. Yes, this is currently in public preview. But what this multi-agent ideation is, you would actually want to have quick innovation and problem-solving kind of agent, autonomous system ready, in which you know what do you want to achieve. However, you don't understand what you should do and how it should be done. So what you could do basically is you could use this multi-agent ideation system to use it as like a brainstorming kind of collaborator. But of course, it does something more beyond just brainstorming. Why? Because when you provide this particular instruction as part of your prompt, it basically will go and create many ideas, all right? And those ideas created would basically be so-called activated in the process as part of like a competition or tournament kind of framework. Because it could generate 20, 30, 40 different kind of ideas to help you in a new marketing campaign, but you must understand which one is better over which one. And there's a reason why this ideation agent is able to do those kind of tournament kind of activities, and then it would generate rating or scoring system in which you are able to see which one is being ranked at the top, which one is not, right? But this process basically would take a bit more time. But at least before you get started, it basically will tell you, okay, based on what you have told me, here is basically the requirements that I could help you, right? You could go through the list, the requirement, the attributes, the criteria. If you are seeing something is missing, you would want those criteria or requirements to be added. You could make use of the subsequent prompt to tell the agent to have it included. Otherwise, just hit on the start session since you are okay with it. It would then take a few minutes to have these completed. Okay, so we would revisit this later on. Hopefully, we are able to see the result. All right, this is actually regarding the idea generation. Okay, helping you in innovation as well as problem solving. Now, what we have next is basically the deep research agent. Now, why deep research? There are times whereby you really wanted to carry out certain research activity in which you would need to verify those research plan and activity according to the fact and information that you have on hand or maybe from public internet. Just that, think about it. How much time are you going to take to complete the research activity? Maybe days, maybe months, right? But what you could do now is you could provide your questions as a prompt, send it to the deep research agent. It would then try to understand what you're trying to achieve here. All right? And internally, what this agent would do is it will go and create research plan with detailed steps to be executed. It will actually generate streams of questions and answers as it progresses, all right? And then it would generate final research reports, including audio summary, okay? Now again, should you actually use this kind of agent is really up to you, all right? But this agent actually provides a lot of efficiency and productivity, right? If today you are a business user and it's just that you would want to deal with more high stack of priority tasks, just that you do not have enough time to go through multi-days or weeks to complete a given research kind of activity that you would want to get it concluded or completed. So good thing is that based on the context you're provided, it will actually generate the research plan of what should be done, with the details. You could actually incorporate some additional criteria if you would want to. If not, you could actually hit on the Start Research button. And this would also be taking a few more minutes to be completed. And then we would actually revisit this particular output, all right? Hopefully we will get it ready to actually understand what has been generated out of it. Okay? So this is actually the second agent, right? That is the deep research, okay? Now the third agent that we are going to see is actually the virtual assistant agent, all right? So you could call it as like a sort of like your good collaborator buddy in which you basically be able to get, oops, something went wrong. Let me just click on this to regenerate, right? Hopefully we would actually see something being generated. But no worries, let it run. We will then head back to the Notebook LM agent over here. Now think about this, right? The way on how Notebook LM enterprise works versus deep research agent and ideation agent are different. Because for Notebook LM to work, you basically would need to provide data sources. And your data sources could be something you have within your enterprise environment, or it could be something from the internet, all right? And then you basically be able to use the pre-built chatbot capability to interact and ask questions, discussion, and then to get the data generated based on the grounding sources that you have already integrated. And of course, you basically be able to get a lot more insight out of it. So let's actually create a new notebook over here. And now this screen is actually showing you where would you be able to get the sources, data sources uploaded to your Notebook LM. All right, it could be Google Drive, it could be public website or YouTube. All right, it could actually be simple text, and you could also upload from your local drive. This is what you're going to do because you have downloaded the Notebook LM files from Google Cloud Storage bucket earlier on. You basically would do the upload. All right, but maybe I will show you something different using website. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to my Google Cloud Storage bucket for now. But you could actually continue using the upload options, right? If that is easier for you to do so. So go to the Notebook LM drive folder, and then click on individual file. I would copy the link from public URL, and then I would just paste it over here. So I would have to repeat this 2 more times because I have 2 more files exist. One is actually for sales, and then the other one is actually for feedback. Right? So if I go and look at the customer feedback object, I copy the link, and then finally I will insert. Okay? Now, a few more seconds later on, then what would happen is that these data sources would be behind scene, basically would generate a copy of those data sources to be stored within the Notebook LM environment. Okay? So now you basically be able to see 3 sources are being added. And then you basically be able to click on each of the source. You are able to see the summarizations of this document. It would generate 5 topics. In case if you would want to understand what is something to do with campaign strategy, for example. It would then generate the response in the chatbot UI, which you will basically be able to see those responses generated have proper citation. And these citations are referring to grounding data from the data sources that you have uploaded, right? You could actually indicate whenever you want to interact with Notebook LM through the chat so-called text field over here. Instead of using 3 different sources, maybe you just want the Notebook LM to focus on 1 out of the 3. You could actually uncheck, and then you notice the answer generator will only be checked against this particular single data source. All right, so it's actually up to you. Very simple, very easy, and then you'll be able to start to like it, once you actually start using it. Okay, now let's take a look at some queries or prompts that have been provided here. So we say, what audience did the Spring Cookie promotion target? You will see that output is generated. All right, again, there is a proper citation, okay, over here. And then you basically will go and generate the second query. Maybe specifically, I would want Notebook LM to read or to understand and to analyze from a particular file, such as customer feedback.txt, sales data.txt. You could specifically call it out and incorporate those instructions as part of your prompt, all right? And then you basically be able to see the responses generated, okay? But one thing to take note is that the chat conversations that you see here in Notebook LM is actually not persistent. It's unlike Gemini Enterprise. Okay, so when you navigate out or maybe you do a refresh on the browser, this history will be gone. And what you could do is basically you could save to Note, all right, in case if you would want to reference it later on, and then this information will stay in this particular studio sections, and then you are able to revisit it once again later part, okay? Now, you could also make use of the studio options to actually generate audio, right? To generate video, to generate mind maps, or even additional reports. For example, if you use Notebook LM to prepare you for your upcoming certifications, for instance, you definitely want to have a proper study guide reference generated based on the data sources that you have provided, instead of you have to go through multi-pages of document on your own, right? Or maybe you are going to launch a new product, a new service. You are anticipating there could be common questions customer could would actually want to ask, and what would be the standard answers that we could use based on the data sources. So that's where you are able to create things like example FAQ, for instance. Okay. Now, how about the mind map? Mind map basically is to show you visual graph representations. All right. Instead of you go and dig the documentations, pages by pages, now it's actually simplified to you by showing you, under marketing campaigns, what are the topics being discussed? Maybe marketing campaign channels, for example. What are those channels? So if you would want to dive deep into a specific channels, for example, Google Ads, just click on it. You would have these response being generated in the chat window. Okay. Now, for the audio and video, it probably would take a bit more time to be completed, but let's just let it run and get it processed. But one thing I want to call it out is actually the customization. You would basically be able to customize the length of the audio. The audio basically would generate a kind of podcast setup of 2 hosts, in which you basically be able to listen the discussion, focus around the topics that you have uploaded as part of the data sources, right? And if there's any specific focus area, you can actually mention those in this particular text box. Likewise for the video, all right? If you go to the video customization, you basically be able to specifically mention, what should be the focus area, okay? Now, this basically would take a bit more time. Let it run, not a problem. But I would actually want to bring you all back to the Gemini Enterprise app setup earlier on, which we were actually talking about, the indexing could take a bit more time, but just want to confirm that the indexing has already completed, right? So if I go to the Gemini Enterprise app, if I go over to the connected data stores, if I go over to cloud storage, and you should actually see the indexing is now fully loaded and completed successfully. So this is actually what you should verify, okay? Now, the other thing is actually about the other agent, right? Example, the research agent. Now, this is actually still going on, not done yet, okay? As well as regarding the ideation generation agent, and this is still ongoing. So you could actually see the task, right? It probably would take 30 minutes or beyond 30 minutes. It really depends on the task and activity being done. But I would like to show you the end result of it so that you have some idea what the output will look like, right? So this is actually, something I have in my own environment. I am actually asking the idea generation agent to do the same kind of activity, right? In which basically is to generate marketing campaign targeting at Gen Z. So you notice that there are so many ideas being generated, and each of it has already been participated in the tournament, and this is a summary. Each of it basically would have the rating, the scoring. So which one is actually at the top, right? Which is not. And then you could go through individual idea and then try to understand. But the best part is you could actually add these idea into your notebook. So instead of going through the content on your own, you could ask Notebook LM questions, and then you could get the output generated based on the data. So that's one. Two, the research agent, in my case, is also completed. So this is actually the details of the research plan that has been taken, and you could go through the list and try to understand and the reference point, right, being used, as well as at the end of the report is actually the so-called summary generated in audio format. And then you are able to download these particular summarizations of audio produced by a deep research agent. Okay, so it really depends on how much time that it has taken, but just want to show you the end result so that you have some idea around it. Okay, so that actually what we have for 3 different pre-built agents. Okay, and of course you could try out with your own custom prompt if you would want to, and then play around with it, when you have the time to leverage on this lab to do additional activity. Okay, and once again, make sure that everybody, you should actually check all of the progress check to make sure that you are able to hit 100% of the so-called the points. If not, you may actually want to repeat the task once again to get these 100% points collected. Right? Now, that actually concluded our session for Gemini Enterprise, everybody. So now you understand the power of this product, right? How you are able to get your siloed data and integrated not only the first party, but also the third party data sources. And then how easily you're able to make use of agents to carry out highly sophisticated kind of tasks that you would want. Okay, and just to remind everybody, make sure that you get these labs completed so that you'll be able to receive the shiny badge in your account. With that, thank you all for your attention, and see you in the next session when I see you. Goodbye.
Hello everyone, welcome again to the Cloud Technical Series AI in Action Hands-on Lab session for this session. So I'm Alvin, Developer Relations Engineer from Google Cloud, which will accompany you again for today's lab session. Okay, so for today's lab, we will explore how we can compose multi-agent architecture and delegate different tasks and responsibility for each sub-agent. So in previous lab, we already explored how ADK can help you to quickly develop and deploy your agent. So in today's session, we will explore the advanced technique about the multi-agent architecture. All right, as a reminder again, if you've registered after the start of the event today and want to follow along with this lab in real time, we'll need to get you added to the lab's classroom. So please sign up at the link or scan the QR code showing on the screen now. You'll then need to enter the dynamic OTP code after you've entered your email address. We'll leave the link and code on the screen for a couple of minutes before we get started. And if you registered before we start the program today, you don't need to do the first two steps. So just ensure you have set up your account on explore.quicklabs.com. Okay, so as usual, before we start it, let's take a look and review again some of the theories before going right into the lab. So let's revisit a little bit of what ADK is. So ADK comes to reduce the engineering boilerplate needed for you to build your own agent, in which the complexity becomes more apparent if you want to create many agents, the multi-agent architecture to collaborate together. So ADK provides different types of agents, different tools to integrate, managing memory, deployment, and so many more. And ADK is optimized for Gemini models and Google Cloud deployment. However, it remains model and deployment agnostic, means that you also have capabilities to use the other model and even create your own custom Docker file to deploy it. And so, in ADK, we have several types of agent. We have the LLM-based agent, which used when you want the LLM to decide the workflow based on tools or sub-agent configuration. And in this lab, we will explore more about the workflow agent, which used if you want deterministic workflow, such as sequential, parallel, or loop. And if you don't want both of those options, feel free to develop your own custom agent. In this scenario, we will see how we can combine different types of these agents to create a single workflow to solve the goals. And in ADK, multi-agent settings comes in a tree structure. Previously, we see our single agent, which started as a root agent. It acts as an entry point for user interaction. And it's also the same if we want to interact with the multi-agent. The single root agent will become the entry point, and it will handle the delegations of tasks to different agents based on the needs, based on the goals, and based on the description of each agent. Okay, so as you can see in the graph here, you can even chain multiple sub-agents under a sub-agent, but all of them need to be sourced together under a single root agent, which acts as the main entry point. We will see how we can orchestrate this sub-agent and the root agent like this orchestration in the labs today. Okay, and if you are talking about the multi-agent patterns, there are several patterns that usually used together to solve a problem. Let's start from the first one. We have the coordinator and dispatcher pattern, in which a central LLM agent, which acts as a coordinator, manages several specialized sub-agents. And then the next one, we have the sequential pipeline, which we already explored in the previous labs. And in this sequential pipeline, it will contain a sub-agent which executed in a fixed order from left to the right. And the other patterns is the parallel fan-out or gather pattern, in which a parallel agent will run multiple sub-agents concurrently, maybe, for example, researching a different type of things, and then it's followed by a later agent in a sequential pattern to aggregate all the results which run by the previously parallel agent. And the next, we can have the review or critic patterns, which typically involves two agents within a sequential pattern, and which acts one as a generator, and the second one will act as a critic or reviewer. And then if we want to further refine the review or critic pattern, we can have the iterative refinement pattern, in which, based on previous review critic pattern, we involve a looping agent. We add one more agent that will try to have the input from the critic or from the reviewer agent, and then will propose suggestion on how to improve the process in a loop fashion process. So we will see several examples of these patterns in lab today, and we will explore how to develop such multi-agent architecture. All right. So that is for the theory for multi-agents pattern. Now let's review what we need to prepare for the hands-on lab. As a final reminder, if you haven't already, you must quickly create an account on explore.quicklabs.com. And this is different from your normal Quick Labs account and enables special access to our classroom today without credits. So ensure you already register your account. And then, if you are not seeing the purple box titled Cloud Technical Series March 26 Hands-on Lab, when you log into the explore.quicklabs.com, you might have logged in using a different email address from the one you used to register for the event. So please ensure you've used the same address, and if you get stuck, feel free to reach out to our 24/7 help center via the icon at the top of the explore.quicklabs.com page. This is what you see on the classroom overview. You'll see the 4 labs we are covering in the Cloud Technical Series program, and to follow along with the lab we are going to take you through now, please click on the Build Multi-Agent Systems with ADK lab. This is the lab that we will interact after this. And as a prerequisite, we will do all this lab on a Google Cloud Platform project. So you will need to click the Start button in order for them to provision the project for you to start. Read the instructions carefully before clicking on the Start lab, as this will start the timer. So ensure you can finish the lab in the given time. Okay, and then when you're running the lab, please ensure that you click the Open Google Cloud Console button, and it's suggested that you use the incognito window for this. So you can right-click to the button and open it in incognito window, accept all acknowledgement, terms, prompt that will pop up, and then you will be ready to interact with the Google Console platform. And during the lab, you will see several checkpoints to check your progress. Ensure that after interacting with the lab, you click this button, verify your progress of the lab, and before ending the lab, make sure you complete all of the steps and have clicked on all the check my progress. Once you have completed the steps in the lab, you can then click the End lab. Okay? All right, so let's go to the demo right now. So after you open the specified labs, you will see this kind of interface. So the lab names is Build Multi-Agent System with ADK. And let's take a look at the overview of this lab. So in this lab, it will cover orchestrating multi-agent system within the Google Agent Development Kit. And one of the prerequisites is the lab that we do in previous session. In this lab, we will try to create multiple agents and connect them one another with apparent sub-agent relationships. And then we will try to create a mechanism where content across multiple turns of conversation can be propagated to the other agent by writing to a session state dictionary. It's kind of a memory that's being shared by multiple agents that can be accessed together. Okay? And then we will craft a prompt that instructs the agent to read those values from the session state memory to use as a context for their responses. And we will try to use the workflow agents to pass the conversation between agents directly. Okay? So if you've already started the lab, you will see this kind of interface. On the left side, you will see the timer. You will see Open Google Cloud Console button. And you will also see the username, password, which you have to complete this lab in your local browser. So ensure you open this in the incognito window. If not, you might be needed to handle a different username login if you previously login using your own account. And please ensure you are logged using this student-given account in the Quick Labs. So, and if necessary, sometimes they ask you to log in again. Ensure you use the correct username below and the password too, and paste it into the welcome dialog to ensure you are logged in into the correct account to finish this lab. Okay, so what it looks like, let's try to open the incognito window. Okay, you will meet this kind of prompt and just click I understand. And then you will be directed into the Google Cloud Console dashboard like this. Just click to the agree to terms of service for the APIs and then click continue. Okay, so this is the starting point of our interaction with the lab. Now let's see for the next step. All right. So before going to the next step, we will try to discuss about the multi-agent systems and why it's important. Okay, you can read that we have several advantages on the multi-agent systems, like it's easier to design, it has specialized function with more reliable performance, we have a better organization and maintainability of our agent because like software engineering best practices, each modularity will not interact with each other and will kind of having some isolation between functionalities between one agent and the other. So for example, if you have a complex use cases which include the use of many tools, of very long prompt and things like that, it can impact the phenomenon called context decay for the multi-agent system, which can reduce the ability for it to complete the goals in best accuracy. So that's why we try to have this kind of a modularity between a specialized sub-agent so that each agent can perform each task in their specialized goals, which have limited and scope tools and utility to finish each sub's goals. Okay? And this is the previously talk about the hierarchical agent tree. And actually, it draws some inspiration from real-world collaborative team. Well, for example, in an engineering team, you usually have the business team, you have the product team, you have the developer teams, you have the QA teams, and things like that. So that it's kind of intuitive when we are designing system like that, and it's also intuitive for the developers who maintain the multi-agents based on what are they responsible of. Okay? And as a reminder, the structure is always begin in the root agent. So all of the user's flow will be input in the root agent, and the root agent will try to route the goals or the task based on the description or the instruction for each sub-agents that it's connected to the root agent. Okay, so for that, let's start to prepare our workspace. This is kind of similar with previous setup. So we will need to install the ADK dependency in Python and set up our environment. So as you can see, the first step that we will need to prepare the Cloud Shell Editor tab. So within our dashboard, we will try to find the Activate Cloud Shell button in here, in the upper right of the Cloud Console. Next, we need to click Continue. We need to authorize the interaction with the Cloud Console, Cloud Shell, and then we can open the editor in the New Window button. So what it looks like, it should be looks like this. From your student project, click on this one, the button on the top right, Activate Cloud Shell. Okay, and then it will ask for us for the continue. And well, at this, while he prepares the Cloud Shell, we click this Open Editor and then open in a new window. Okay, so this will be our main interface to interact with the project. Click Authorize. Then you can close the bottom terminal, and we will use the terminal embedded directly in the Cloud Shell editor. Okay, let's wait for a while for this one. And then for this demo, I will use my own cloud project. So it might kind of bit different in terms of project ID and things like that. But for you who follow along with this lab, please don't worry about that, about the configuration of the value that I do. Just stick on the value that is shown on your quick labs, because they already prepare all of the project ID, all of the necessary variable for you to succeed this lab. Okay, now while waiting, I will also prepare my environment in my project. Like this, and open. All right. It's now preparing now. Okay. Now, throughout the rest of this lab, you will work on this kind of interface. And if you somehow doesn't see this username working directory in your Cloud Shell IDE, don't worry about it. Just click File, and then Open Folder, and go directly into the student username that you will find in here. For this case, my username is Alvinsight, so I will configure my Cloud Shell editor within this workspace. Okay. All right. Now, the next step is we need to download and install the ADK and code samples for this lab. Like the previous session, all of the code samples is already prepared for you. So what you need to do is just copy this command and execute it in the Cloud Shell editor terminal. So let's do that. I will copy this one. And then I need to spawn up the terminal view and then terminal button. Let's highlight it over a bit. And then we will need to paste it in the terminal. For you who follow this lab, you can just enter to execute the command. But for me, I need to adapt a little bit because I'm using my own project for this one. To multi-agent ADK. Okay, you will see that it will try to download several files from our Google Cloud Storage. And finally, if you are already inside your username directory, you will see several directory copied into your workspace. So the first one is the ADK multi-agent system, and the second one is the ADK utils. Okay, now if the process is all finished, we will need to install our dependency from here. Okay, so the next command is we need to update our path environment variable and install the ADK dependency, and also install additional dependency which is being specified on the requirements.txt under the ADK multi-agent systems directory. Okay, so let's try to do this. Let's paste it in here and enter it. So you will see this kind of prompt. It's installing the Google ADK Python package. It's also installing several requirements that is specified in here. So you can see the LangChain community and Wikipedia requirement. And if you see this log, requirement already satisfied and things like that, it means that the dependency installation is already finished. Okay. Next, let's go to, I will clear up this one first so that it reduces confusion. Okay. And then we will move to the next task. So in this task, we will try to explore the transfers between parent, sub-agent, and peer agents. Okay, so if some of you is kind of confused, what is parent, what is sub-agent, what is peer agents, we can revisit this graph a little bit. So if we are looking at the first layer of the agent, we will see the root agent and sub-agent, right? So in this case, the root agent is the parent agent between sub-agent 1 and sub-agent 2. And the sub-agent 1 is the peer agent of sub-agent 2. So it's a term of how we associate the level of the agent that we are want to build on the multi-agent architecture. Okay, Now, in this task 2, the default behavior of parent agent is it will always try to read the description of the child agent or the sub-agent, and then it will determine whether the task is better propagated to to which sub-agent. Okay? So now we will try to run this demo script first. As previously, we will need to write the environment variables, which need to be placed under the parent and sub-agents.env file in here. So let's copy this file, this command, moving back to our Cloud Shell editor, and then paste it in here. So I will need to modify this a bit, and for you, feel free to just execute the script directly, okay? Alvin Exploratory 2. Okay. Now, after we execute this kind of command, we can see that the .env file is already created under the parent and sub-agents. So if you can see in here, try to navigate to the parent and sub-agents, and right now it doesn't show. This is because the .env files is kind of a hidden file by default. Then you can click View and toggle hidden files to make it shown in your Explorer in here. Okay? So let's revisit a bit what is all of the environment variables do. So the first one, we have the Google Gen AI use Vertex AI equal to true. This means that we will use the Gemini API via the Vertex AI on Google Cloud. If you don't want to use this, you can optionally create an API key on AI Studio and use the API key instead to interact with the Gemini API. And then the other configuration is to define the cloud project, which this should be pointed into the student's project that you already have. And then we will use the global location to invoke the Gemini 2.5 Flash model. So this is all of the where all of the configuration is being put on. Okay, now let's go back to here. The next step now is to run the following command to copy the .env file into workflow agents. So the workflow agents is another agents module, which will have the same configuration which the previously parent and sub-agents directory. So we can just copy this command, and then we go back to the Cloud Shell, paste it in here, and then enter. Okay. After you executing this command, you will see that the workflow agents in the Explorer directory, you will see that the .env already finished to be configured for those workflow agents as well. Okay, so I think right now we are ready to run and modify our multi-agent scripts at this point. Okay. All right. Next, after we are preparing the environment variables, we will ask to navigate to the parent and sub-agents module directory in here, and then click on the agent.py and inspect what are the agents is configured on those file. Okay. Now, let's go to this parent and sub-agents directory, click on the agent.py, and we will see start from the very beginning of the files. It initially imported several class like Google ADK agent, and then it also import Gemini models object, and then it also provide the Google.AI types to define the input. And additionally, it also import the tool context for tool interaction and Google ADK apps to wrap the agent in the app. Okay, now let's see what kind of agents that we will have in here. Okay, so the first agent in here is the attractions planner. So in this agent, we try to create an agent which can help us to list any attractions that we can visit in a country. So as you can see, you see the description there. The instruction is to provide the user options for attractions to visit within their selected country. Okay, this is the first agent. And then the second one, we can see the travel brainstormer agent. So in here, this agent should be invoked to help the user decide what country to visit if the user doesn't know yet any country that we want to visit. So in here, the instruction is to provide a few suggestions, help a user identify primary goals of travel, identify countries that will make great destinations, and so on. Okay, that's the second agent. And then now the third one is the root agent, which we will try to combine these two agents together under the root agent, which the description is to help users start on a travel adventure. And the initial instruction is to ask the user if they know where they'd like to travel or if they need some help deciding. Okay? So next, we will see what we'll need to configure to make all of these agents working together. Let's focus on the steps number 6. Make the travel brainstormer and attractions planner sub-agents of the root agent by adding the following line to the creation of the root agent. So we will need to copy this code, which is the declaration of sub-agents, and it includes the travel brainstormer and attractions planner. And then we need to put it under the root agent initialization in here. Okay, so we will do that. Paste in here. So now the agent is not only having the name, instruction, and description, it also have the sub-agents declaration, which is contained the agent that is described previously, the attractions planner and travel brainstormer. Okay, now ensure you save the file, and then let's see what is the next instruction in here. Okay, so this time we will try to interact with the agent using the CLI interaction. So the command is adk run, and we provide the name of the agent, parents and sub-agents, which is the name of our root agent. And it's also the name of the agent directory in here. So let's copy this. And then going to the terminal here, let's clear it up a bit. And you can directly paste it in here. Okay, as previously tried on the first session, we will try to interact it within CLI. So you will see several warnings in this terminal output. And then the important part is you can have this user interaction shown. And let's see what kind of prompt that we will need to provide to complete this task. Okay. So first, we will need to chat hello to the agent, and then ask, I could use some help deciding. So let's do this. Let's chat hello. Okay, in my screen it shows the hello, are you looking to plan a trip? Which is answered by the steering agent. Oh, so the root agent who answered the user, this time the agent name is called steering agent. And then we input the second prompt. I could use some help deciding, and enter it. Okay, when this is invoked, you will see output like this. So after the steering agent is answering the first inquiry about saying hello, now the second agent, the steering agent, delegated to the travel brainstormer because the user is asking, I could use some help deciding. And then the travel brainstormer will try to profile the user, giving some suggestion, Italy, Japan, New Zealand, France, Thailand, and then it also helps user understand what is the goal of their trips or their vacation, right? Okay, so this shows how the steering agent is delegate the task to the travel brainstormer when the description of the sub-agent is appropriate with the user inquiry. Okay, so I think from this point onward, we will need to exit. So let's type exit in here. And then let's see on the quick labs that we will need to do some modification from this point onward. So the first one is we will need to update our agent.py root agent. We add prompts, so if they need help deciding, send them to travel brainstormer. And if they know the country where they like to visit, send them to attractions planner. So this is kind of prompt that you can use to explicitly tell the root agent on how you want each problem set go to which sub-agent. Okay, so let's copy this file. And then go to our Cloud Shell. Ensure you are working with the root agent in here. Let's go to the instruction. And then paste the previously prompt under the root agent here, okay? Don't forget to save your file. And then for the next step, we will try to invoke again the CLI interaction, ADK run, parent, and sub-agents. Let's copy this command. Okay, and then going to the Cloud Shell. Let's clear this up. And then paste it in here to run the CLI interaction. And while waiting it's initialized, let's see what kind of prompt that we will need to do. Okay, so the first prompt we will need to do is to say hello, and then I would like to go to Japan. So let's do that. Okay, so we will need to say hello in here. And then I will like to go to Japan. Let's copy from here. Okay. And then we will see which agent will answer this kind of inquiries. Okay, and for a reminder, if one of you encounter the resource exhausted error when invoking the agent and things like that, please be patient and keep retrying the prompt and running again the interaction between the agent. So currently, there are so many people is accessing this tutorial and try to invoke the Gemini API together, and it incurs a high demand, which try to rate limit us to interact with the Gemini API user. Okay? So back to the lab. In here, we can see that when we state that I would like to go to Japan, in here, the agent that is answering is the attraction planner. It recommends the Shibuya Crossing, the Sensoji Temple, the Tokyo Skytree, Ghibli, and so on. And it's also recommended the Kyoto, the Mount Fuji, Hiroshima, and so on. And next, when we change it to the next prompt, which actually I don't know what country to visit, we will see this behavior change almost instantly. Okay, let's copy and paste to here. And then the expectation for us when we put this kind of prompt, it should be the travel brainstormer who answer this kind of query. Let's see whether we do the right thing or not. Okay, so it's within our expectation. When we ask the agent that we don't know what country to visit, the agent who responding is the travel brainstormer. So it said that it sounds like you're looking for some inspiration. Here are some few popular countries like Italy, France, Spain, Thailand, and so on. And yeah, it sticks to its instruction and description. It's trying to profile the user by asking what is the goal of your vacation. Is it adventure, leisure time, and so on. Okay, so now let's click exit in here. And yep, so that's how we do the second task, by inspecting how the root agent, which is called the steering agent, try to delegate the task and user query into the appropriate sub-agent, which is the first one is the attractions planner, and we also having the second one is the travel brainstormer agent, right? So different use cases, different agent who answer it, and within this, we kind of have a picture on how we design our multi-agent system in a more complex situation, right? Okay, at this point, if you successfully interact with those two agents, please click the check my progress and verify that you already complete the interaction within the task number 2. Okay, so in the next task now, in task number 3, we will try to interact directly with the agent's memory. In this case, we are utilizing the state, which exists in the session service that we've previously discussed, to store and retrieve specific information. Okay, so as a bit of introductory and as a bit reminder, each conversation, each of interaction between the agent in ADK is contained within a session. If we are talking about the conversation history, we are interacting with the session event. And if we are talking about a more structured memory that we can store and access flexibly, we are talking about the session state, which kind of an object like memory, and in here in Python we call it a dictionary, that you can use to take a greater control using invoking the memory within things like key and value kind of things. Okay, so accessing this state is actually helpful to pass information between multi-agents that we have. So as an information, if you have a very complex multi-agent system, very deep sub-agent interaction, all of these sub-agents that is contained within same root agent will have same access to the session, event, and session state. Okay? So we will see how we can devise a tool so that each important information can be stored into a session state. So in this one, we will working again with the parent and sub-agents agent. And we will need to put this tools definition. The tool's name is save attractions to state. And we can read the description in here is to save the list of attractions to state with value attractions in here. Okay, and it takes the arguments is attractions, which in a string, and it should input a list of strings to add to the list of attraction. Okay, now what we should do is we copy this kind of code, and then go to the Cloud Shell again. Let's clear this one up. And go to the parent and sub-agents, agent.py. So this should be the same file that we are previously interacting. And after that, we need to scroll up a bit and put the tools definition under the tools comment in here. Okay, let's paste it in here. So let's validate that under the tools comment, we add the save attractions to state, and then it has the tool context, it has the attractions, and it has all of the definition. So what we need to understand from this declaration is actually the input that will be filled by the agent is only the attractions. And it comes to the next question. So what this tool context do, right? So this tool context, it's kind of similar with the context that if you are a software developer, you've properly finding this on your backend script, like context database, context Redis, and things like that. So this context is the way how we can interact with all of the services that exist in the ADK. Like for example, we can interact with the session service. In this use case, we're accessing the tool context.state and get the value extractions. It is interacting with the session service for the state. And we also can use the tool context to interact with the artifact service and so much on. Okay? So in this function, we try to get all of the list extraction by the user. And then if the user specified any new attraction, it will save the existing the attractions into the existing attraction. So it will be appending each of attraction that is mentioned by user. Okay, and after adding initializing this tool, we cannot forget to add the tools into the agent itself. Okay, so the next step that we need to do, we copy this code and ensure that this tools definition is being added to the attractions planner in here. Okay, so let's do that. We are going to the Cloud Shell, trying to find the attractions planner in here. Oh, this one. Okay, and then under the command is already guiding you in here when instructed to do so. Paste the tools parameter below this line, like this. And don't forget to save your changes, okay? Okay, so not only that, in order to make it more explicit for the agent, we try to update the attractions planner instruction explicitly. So when the user reply, use your tool to save the attractions. And notice in here, if they ask to view the list, provide a validated list of attractions. Okay, so this kind of bracket notation is used by the ADK to give the value of the information stored in the agent state directly into the prompt. So as you can see, we here have the attractions, so it will access the session state on the attractions value, and the question mark notation is to handle the error. So when the attractions value is not found in the session state, it will not raise the error. It just provide a blank information. Okay, so now let's try to run the agent from this time from the ADK web. Okay, let's go to Cloud Shell. Then let's move this up a bit and try to run the ADK web in here. Okay, so in my browser, it's already successfully to run the ADK web service. We can access it in the port 8000. In this case, you can control click on your laptop, but to be safe for me, let's click the web preview in here. We can change port because it's run on the 8000 port. I need to enter 8000 in here and then change and preview. Okay, while it waits to load, let's see what kind of prompt that we should provide to this agent. Okay, so this time, we will need to say hello again, this one. And then we need to reply, I'd like to go to Egypt, and I'll go to Sphinx. Okay, so let's do this. Select an agent, and then the parent sub-agent, hello. And wait for the recommendation. The one answering is the steering agent. Then I would like to go to Egypt. And then after that, the next one is I'll go to Sphinx. Okay, so when I say I like to go to Egypt, the one who answering is the steering agent, but it invokes the transfer to agent function. This means that the conversation now is being handled by the next agent, which is the extraction planner. Okay, now after the attraction planner answered, I will invoke I'll go to the Sphinx. So the expectation is this information should be saved into the state later on. And it will say that, oh, great choice. It's the great Sphinx of Giza. It's truly magnificent. Okay. And next, maybe, okay, let's talk about maybe pyramid. It's also good. Okay. Now, you can see on each of these interaction, we can click on the event like this. And we will see that the state delta in here. So this state delta means that the information from the user is being actively added into the state. And at this point, the added value is appended into the attractions key value. That's why you see this kind of state notation in here. And when we mention another attraction, it invokes again the save attraction to state. And right now, the attractions is already contain two types of attractions, the Sphinx and the pyramid. So this is how we can devise a mechanism so that each of the agent can have access to the session state as a means to collaboratively work together. Okay? So at this point, the next step is we try to validate whether the agent is successfully retrieve the information from the state information by asking what is on my list. Okay? So this refers to the previous prompt that we already construct so that it should accessing the information of the state attractions and give it back to the user like this. So currently your list includes the Sphinx and the pyramid. Okay? So that's how we interact with this agent. And then if you already succeed to follow up to this step, please click check my progress and verify your completion. And if somehow you're encountering the resource exhausted errors, please keep trying, or maybe you can check, you can chat continue to the agent so that it continue from the state that it was working on, and then try to finish your lab with this fashion to complete it. Okay? All right, so that's how the interaction of the agents and sub-agents in a parents and child manner. Okay, now for the workflow agents, as mentioned before, we have several patterns. It's used by workflow agents, and it's the example in here. You can create agents to plan and execute, to research and write, and so on. And through this lab, we will try to explore the sequential agent, loop agent, and parallel agent, and see how the interaction is going on. Okay? So it's kind of, it's kind of crowded in here, yeah? We can see several of agents interacting each other we have the loop pattern, we have the sequential pattern, and we even have the parallel agent in here, okay? So we will see how we can create such agent. So in the task 4, we try to begin building a multi-agent system with the sequential agent first, okay? So in here, we have a sequential agent called film concept team, and it consists of 3 agents: the researcher, the screenwriter, and the file writer. Okay, so we now need to navigate to the workflow agents module and see the agent.py in the workflow agents directory. So in here, it's already given a function that is stated in the agent module, which is append to state, and we can now interact directly with those agents. So let's copy this command. And if previously you haven't closed the process, we will need to put Control-C to kill the process. And let's clear it first. Okay, now let's run the command here. Paste the command, and it answers us inside the ADK multi-agent system directory. And let's run the web with the function. It can reload the agents while it invoke it. Okay, so now it's already running, and let's access the web preview. So like this, and then let's select the agent. It should be the workflow agents in here. Okay, now for the next step, we need to start the conversation with a hello, and it will explain to you that it can help you to create some script based on historical figure, and we can choose this example historical figure to start the conversation. Okay, let's use Adelop Fliss for now, and then go to the interface. Let's chat hello first. Okay, hello there. I'm excited to help you craft a pitch. Oh, this is for creating a movie pitch actually. To get started, please tell me which historical figure you like the movie to be about. Okay, let's put the Adelop Fliss, and straight away you will see that it will become crowded with the transfer to agent, append to state, and something, and it's calling multiple tools like Wikipedia tools, append to state, and so on. And actually, we can see the journey of the event transition. Like we try to click from the first conversation, we will see there are several events exist, even 1 of 13, and we can thoroughly run to one by one. So the first event is from the user, it is accepted by the greeter agent, and then click again, it's user input again. And now the next interaction is still in the greeter, to append to state, transfer to the agent, and then we will see that the first agent that get the task is the researcher. It invokes the Wikipedia tools to do some research. And then after it's finished, the researcher get the information back from the Wikipedia. Now it writes to the state again, so that the state have the research result to be passed on to the screenwriter. Okay, if we click the next again, we'll see that now the interaction is on the screenwriter. It read the value on the append to state function, get the value again, and then finally, the file writer is taking all of the research result, and it tries to create the finalized script by invoking the write file function in this one. And the final response is I've created a movie pitch document for Prophet of Code. Now, let's see whether the movie pitch is already exist on our working directory or not. So we can go to the Cloud Shell, and it's now we have additional directory here, the movie pitches, and we can click refresh. Now we have this file, the Prophet of Code TXT, which contains the result of the previously research and screenwriter agent. Okay, so this shows how we can create a sequential pipeline using using all of the agent for researching, screenwriting, and writing files. Okay, now let's go back to the multi-agent system. we already run through all of this, and answer, you can check your progress after you are interacting with the agent, saying hello, saying entering the historical figure that you want to work on, and you can verify this task already. Okay? All right. Now for the next task, the task number 5, we previously already have the sequential agent. Now we want to add a loop agent for iterative work. And please notice that this is not a standalone loop agent, but we try to embed the loop agent inside our sequential workflow previously. Okay? So in this loop agent, we are trying to have iterative refinement, some kind of critic review kind of things, and we will add the loop agent inside the researcher cycle. So if previously we only have researcher and then screenwriter and then directly go to file writer, now we will kind of having a loop in which the researcher will interact with the screenwriter, the result will be reviewed by the critic agent, and they will have some predetermined loop before it's going to the file writer agent. Okay, now what we need to do, we need to change the agent.py files. Okay, so first we will need to add a writer's room loop agent, which consists of researcher, screenwriter, and critic, and then append it together inside the sequential agent. Okay, so first one, we need to revisit our code in the agent.py and add this import into the top of the file of the module. Let's copy this one, and then go to the Cloud Shell, ensure you are inside the workflow agents, and workflow agents, okay, agent.py. Okay, please don't mistake with the parent and sub-agents agent that we previously interact with. So it's under the workflow agents, agent.py, okay? And then we need to scroll to the top, like this. It's okay if you want to put in here. So under the LangChain community, add the from Google Educate Tools exit loop, and then Google Educate Models Gemini. Okay. After that, we need to create the critic agent now. So let's copy this one. And now we need to be careful on where to put this critic agent. So for now, to be safe, I will put it under the very first agents in here. Okay? Because you can raise some error if you initialize the critic agent, but it's already being declared on the root agent. So we put the critic agent in here and above the file writer agent, and then we will see it has several access right to the session state, and we create the loop agent, which is the writer's room in here, which is consists of researcher, screenwriter, and critic, and it set the maximum iterations 5. So this is the queue. When you are interacting with loop agent, you will need to define the maximum iterations. If not, it has some possibility the loop agent is continually run in endless loop. Okay, so we need to run this one, and then carefully find under the screenwriter, under the researcher, and put it in here. Okay, now we ensure that researcher, screenwriter, and critic is above this loop agent declaration. And then finally, for the film concept team, we update the sub-agents to become like this, okay? It consists of writer's room and file writer. Okay, let's write this up. Okay, now we are ready to interact with the agent. Let's open the agent in the previously deployed service and create new session. It will be automatically reloaded, and we can run hello, and let's try this one, a cartographer map maker, okay? Okay, hello. Okay, so it will ask you again, a cartographer or a map maker. Okay, and it's continues to running. So try to invoke this transfer to agent, and we will see several interaction later on. Okay, so If you are, once more as a reminder, if you are encountering any issues with resource exhausted error in here, please keep retrying. You can continue on where it's stuck, like chat continue, and then, or maybe you can try from the very first form to ensure that you have a proper progress, okay? So it invoked many things in here, and if we can see one of the graph, now the graph looks like this. So when the greeter agent will direct it to the researcher will access the Wikipedia, the researcher then will give access to screenwriter, and it will go to critic, and if it's not good enough, it will back to researcher. But if it's good enough, it will give you the result to the file writer and exit the loop and write the file finally. Okay, so that's how you interact with the agent, the loop agent, and if you already finished, you can check my progress in here and then go directly into the last task, the task number 6. Okay? For task number 6, we will explore the parallel agent. So now we can kind of see the full picture of the agent in here. The parallel agent is put under the writer's team agent so that it can do some research on box office and casting agent. And what we will need to do is adding a new pre-production team, which consists of 2 agents, the box office researcher and casting agent in here. Okay, so let's copy this initialization. It's already helped you to initialize the box office researcher, casting agent, and pre-production team. Now we will need to ensure that it's being put right before the root agent, like this. Okay. Okay, so under the writer's room, we now have the file concept team, the box office researcher, and the casting agent. And we need to add some modification too to our root agent, to the film concept team, so that finally the sequential agent contains the writer's room, pre-production team, and file writer, like this. Okay. Film concept team. Oh, actually, this should be put below, sorry. Okay, so we will need to ensure that this box office researcher is being put above the film concept team. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll try to delete this one and then go to under the pre-production team and put this file writer, film concept team in here. So it ensures that all of the previous agent, the writer's room, pre-production team, and file writer is being exist. And then we still need to modify the file writer's instruction to like this. Okay, let's go to the file writer. In this way, it's the file writer, I think, okay, this one. And let's modify the description, okay? Now it's not only write the plot outline, but it's also writing the box office report and also the casting report as well. Okay, and so you already saved the command, and then let's try some interaction. Let's try this one, that express who invented the technology for Wi-Fi, and interact with the agent. Okay. Okay, so let's start a new session. Chat hello. And when ready, the actress who invented the technology for Wi-Fi, and it will invoke several processes like previously happening. It do the research, it's going to again to the screenwriter, it goes again to the critics agent, and then just before going to the file writer agent, it will invoke the film production, pre-production team in here. Oh, it hasn't finished yet. But if we try to check the event, now the structure is looking like this. Okay, so now we have film concept team. So the greeter will direct the information to the film concept team first. It's doing some looping. The researcher will do some research, screenwriter, and then it will go to the critic. And after it finished, it will go to the casting agent, the box office researcher, and then finally it will go to the file writer. Okay, so then when it finished, it will have the movie script already. It will have the box office researcher, and it also have the casting agent research ready in the written file in our documents, in our workspace, okay? All right, so that's how we interact with many of the multi-agent architecture. As you can see, we can create a multi-agent architecture that can interact with each other, no matter what the type of the agent is. And if you want to explore more, you also can create a custom workflow agents, which is more suitable for your business needs. Okay, so congratulations for you who already finished this lab. Now we are moving on the presentation again. So what we do in this lab is we try to inspect the different pattern of multi-agent system. We try to inspect the different of how we can create apparent agents with different sub-agents, how we can create a deterministic workflow agent using the sequential agent, the parallel agent, the loop agent, and how we see the collaboration between them is enabled by interacting with the session state. Okay? So as a final reminder, please complete all 4 labs in the classroom before 3 April to receive a special Credly badge. And that's all from me for this session. I hope this session gives you more insights about AI agent. And thank you for following through the session with me.
So, Kath, we made it.
Yeah, 2 full days.
I know. Full technical days yesterday and 4 labs, hands-on labs today.
Yeah, and we've gone from high-level strategy on day 1 all the way to building production-ready agents today.
Before we look ahead, I think it's worth reflecting on just how much the cloud landscape is shifting right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The trend we're seeing globally is this massive move towards building the most reliable, secure, and scalable AI-ready ecosystem. The skills you've learned in the labs today is a great start.
And it really is an exciting time to be a builder, applying all these new technologies in your use cases, especially with Gemini integrated across the entire tech stack, making you even more productive.
Right. Hey, Tiff, let's talk about how to keep this momentum going.
Yes, that's a good idea. First and foremost, the lab completion badge. If you complete all 4 labs by the 3rd of April, you'll secure that special Credly badge. And if you're like me and you want to show off your AI skills on LinkedIn, this is the best way to do it. So don't forget to get back into the classroom and finish what you started today.
Plus, we also have the AI in Action Digital Participation Badge. If you attended at least 5 sessions across yesterday or today, look out for an email from our partner, Accredible, in the next few weeks. If you're ready to build in your own Google Cloud environment, you can now access free Google Cloud credits. You will have full access to Google Cloud products like Gemini Code Assist, Firebase, and Vertex AI. Just scan the QR code on the screen now. And the learning doesn't stop here. Sign up for Gear to get more training and guidance from Google experts, plus access to Google Skills credits.
And if you're looking for the next big thing, make sure you sign up now for our upcoming digital program, Best of Next. On the 7th of May, we're curating the key announcements from our flagship global event, Next 26. So if you can't make it to Vegas like us, you'll still get all the highlights, all tailored specifically for APAC.
Yes, it's a perfect follow-up to this AI in Action program. You can also stay up to date with our revamped catalog of the latest cloud content on the Weeklies Hub. You can check out all these opportunities and more from the Resources tab.
Thank you for spending these last 2 days with us, taking time out of your busy days to learn. And thanks to the expert speakers and teams behind the scenes who brought this program to you. Before you log off, please take a final moment to fill out our feedback survey on the right of your screen. This will help us improve our future events.
Yes, thank you. And that's it from us. We really hope you feel ready for action. Keep experimenting and keep building. Thanks so much for tuning in, and we'll see you at the next one.
Thanks, everyone. Goodbye.